Okay, folks. I shouldn't be having this page on that page. But okay, so we are live. I'm going to pause it. I've been having some. This is part 2. I've been having a couple of performance problems with this, but I think it's still streamed pretty well. I just was checking part 1 just now. I had a phone call that I had to take, so I could have just paused the stream and kept streaming, but I didn't. I shut off the stream, so this is going to be part 2. And we're talking about ROM hacking on the NES. I was looking at the Super NES a little bit as well. But we're talking about ROM hacking. And this is going to be part 2 because I closed the stream just now. But hopefully you'll join me for a little more exploration into ROM hacking. This is some data. And this is Mario Kart. This is Super Mario Kart for the Super NES. I do have the wrong palettes loaded. These are the Joe and Mac palettes, but that's fine. That'll just have to be good enough, I think, right now. Got a few different palettes, a few different possibilities here. Yeah, these are the graphics for Super Mario Kart. So there's Mario, and there's some data, and there's Bowser. Yeah. Interesting little fellows here. I don't have the right palette loaded, but I could mess with Bowser's hair a little bit here if I wanted to. We're using a program called YY-CHR, and we're using a save state loaded from ZSNES, the emulator, to load these particular color palettes. I've got the wrong ones, but yeah, I'm just looking through. There's Peach and Donkey Kong Jr. and Yoshi, and Mario again. No, Luigi. It's Luigi. And Koopa. And Toad. All their different little... So what you could do is you could load a sprite sheet from Super Mario Kart. And you could redraw these in Photoshop or whatever, in theory. You could do that. So we got that going for us. And again, the tools used are Photoshop, YY-CHR, which is this, the emulators FCEUX, and Mesen, which are both good emulators, which have lots of hacking tools built in. Shiru's NES Screen Tool, which I was using for this title screen just now, or NES Assets Workshop, Gnaw by Mario Nesrocks, or NEXXT by Ellen Larson, Frankengraphics. A hex editor, a table creator, maybe CADEditor for level editing, and so on. Those are some of the tools that we are using to do these hacks. And we're going to look at some other stuff right now. I'm going to load up YouTube just to try and get the chat going, I guess. If anyone's here in the chat right now, I don't know. But right now, I'm going to load up a game. Well, I don't have it. I don't actually have it here. Okay. But I've loaded up a game called Raggedy Land, which is one of mine. I was going to load up the original game that this was hacked from, which is called Donald Land, but I didn't. And I need a different palette for this, so this will do. I'm not sure what should I do for these backgrounds. Maybe, let's see, maybe black. That kind of looks like white. Maybe brown. Something like that. Oh no, that's not it at all. So I'm futzing around with. I don't remember what my palettes were anymore. I used to have this load automatically when I was working on this. Yes, that's it. Something like that. So these are some backgrounds that we did for Raggedy. There's a big clown head. And yeah, a lot of there's Topsy the clown. It's the greedy boss, I believe. It's the Gazooks boss is in here somewhere. Pirate ship. There's the ending. There's Raggedy Andy. A frog and a toy shop. A witch. But this was a hack that I did of a game, this is the title screen, called Donald Land. And there's the shop. There's some characters for the shop. So there's Raggedy Andy. And some enemies. Raggedy Andy and some amazing characters. But this is a hack that I did with Brooklyn Williams. And there's the General D, the boss. Lots of characters. But Raggedy Land was a game hack from a game called Donald Land, which starred Ronald McDonald. And we spent a long time on this. We spent trying to get Raggedy Ann and Andy and all the characters from their world, basically, into this game. And we had a lot of fun doing it. It was just designing these characters and doing something with it. I would have a lot to say about that. I'm not sure how much I should get into it. Probably won't run very well either. But but yeah, we wanted to bring Raggedy Ann and Andy into this game and all their characters of their from the 1977 movie, from the Broadway musical, from the books, all kinds of stuff. And I did this with Brooklyn Williams, who is a fan of the Raggedy Ann Broadway musical, and who did about half of the artwork. And so we just were hacking these characters and doing. I did all the hacking and the programming of this game, which originally starred Ronald McDonald, and just had a lot of fun with it, really. I recall that. Let me see if I can find them. Actually, let me just. But this is a game called Donald Land, originally, which is a McDonald's game. Yeah, this is something I wanted to show because these doctors, these like clown doctors who are running around, they're as tall as Raggedy Ann now, and they weren't originally. That was actually something that I changed through hacking. They were originally like shorter and squatter, and I made them a little taller by kind of figuring out stuff in the code. And so this was, every NES game that you're hacking is sort of going to present different problems. So there's certain things that are always true about NES games, or that you think are always true about NES games. There are certain basics that you can learn for hacking, but every game is going to throw some curveballs at you that you just have to learn and figure out. And let me see real quick. Okay, so I need to unpause this, don't I? Accidentally pausing and unpausing. Just unpause it. Okay, so this is the code data logger again in FCEUX, the emulator. And I'm going to just we're looking at the ROM file right now, and I just unpaused it just long enough for that doctor to kind of be running around a little bit. And I'm just looking through the code right now. I do have notes on this because I rewrote tons of this code at the time, but I'm not going to open up those. This might be it. But I'm looking for something that lights up blue rather than just yellow. No, I don't know if I missed it. But I'm looking for something that lit up during that time. I don't know. Let me find wherever that character is in this ROM file also. So where is that doctor character? I wonder. I didn't see him just now. It's on one of these pages though. You can see that Raggedy Ann or Raggedy Andy is on all these pages, doing similar things. And this will be for different levels or different parts of the level. Where's that doctor? I'm feeling I'm missing something. Oh, right, it's this. I keep missing it, sorry. But it would be 81, like 80, 81, 80, 81, and 90, 91, right? So let's look for something like that. 80, 81. I'm looking for the graphics for the 80, 81, 90, 92. I think that's right. 81, 90, 91. That might be it. It didn't light up though. It's one of these, but it just didn't light up is the thing. It should have lit up blue. I'm a little concerned that it didn't. Huh. Well, it's one of these. Unless I've just missed it. I'm just going to type 8D a few times. 8D, 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 8E. What'll happen if I do that? No, I don't think I did find him actually. But I did find this character before, so I don't know. I'm doing a bad job of explaining what I would have to do to find this data, because the code data logger isn't really doing its job. Wait a minute. Come on. Please work. Is this desperate? I don't think this is it. Don't think so. Don't think so. But he would be glitching out if I figure it out. I do have it written down where this is, but it's in like my notes somewhere. This is the wrong file, right? Oh, that's weird. I can't figure it out. It's probably not it either. I'm literally just looking for any instance of this, and it's not. I don't know. Maybe there was some kind of trick to it that I missed. What's going on? But anyway, yeah, I did have to change the code on that character. I'll have to look up how I actually where that actually was in the code at some point. Yeah. This looks like backgrounds to me. I don't know why this is like the only thing that lit up, huh? It should be lighting up. Sorry, this is a really bad part of the stream. But I'm very proud of the Raggedy Land hack. Yeah, very proud of that whole thing. Another one that I did. This loads. It's gonna load. No. Oh, please just no. Oh, is this empty? Is this like some sort of broken? Oh no, it's not. There's just something. I guess because I was loading. Super NES, it got a little funky. Anyway, this is The Thief and the Cobbler. This is a hack of Super Mario Bros. 2 that I did. Based on the film The Thief and the Cobbler, which is a film that I restored. I also restored the Raggedy Ann film, so this was sort of two animated films by Dick Williams that I had restored. But I made some changes to the levels. Like here, there's a Fanto all of a sudden at the very start, which is unusual. I added more animations here and there, and yeah, I made some changes to the levels. Not a ton. There's a Super Mario Bros. 2 level editor that I used, like a separate Super Mario Bros. 2 level editor. But I happen to really like Super Mario Bros. 2 the way it is, so I kind of wasn't bothered. But you can see like the flies around his head are animated, and I'm gonna die, aren't I? I'm gonna die. But I've got 98 lives. There's more animation, like the clouds are animated. Stuff like that. I added extra animation where I could. And I could have gone farther with it, to be honest. But I added more animation here and there. If something could be animated easily. Anyway, I'm going to pause that. One of the interesting things is this cat, actually, because it's a very animated character. It's got 8 frames of animation. And that's because Super Mario Bros. 2 always has half a block of graphics that are always animating, just at all times. And Mesen is a better way to show this, so I can load it into Mesen. But let's see. Yeah, I already talked about this a bit, but there's an 8-frame half bank of graphics that is always animating, and that's just part of what Super Mario Bros. 2 does. So I'm gonna just pause it when we reach this point. Okay, you can see the colors are a little different between animators, but let me look at the let's look at the CHR viewer. It'll probably show it, probably in the PPU. Maybe. Oh, it does, but I have to actually. Yeah. Okay. So there's something here that's always animating. As you see these tiles at the bottom of the PPU. It's not even showing the whole thing. Compact versus normal. For some reason, this is being weird right now. I don't know. But let's do it in compact view and you can see it. So there's half of this backgrounds bank or whatever. It's not even a backgrounds bank. But half of this bank is always animating, no matter what. And this contains a lot of the elements that are used over and over within the game. So I animated more of those than are actually animated in Super Mario Bros. Normally. I added a few extra animations there and there to the key, the potions. Sorry, this magic lamp thing back and forth. Yeah. So yeah, there's just more animation in this version, really. Which I should actually be playing a little bit of. And so that cat there, I replaced a character who doesn't animate with a cat which I put into the animating bank, so that this cat could have 8 frames of animation. And so it was just little things like that, which add a little more to the game than otherwise. Now, Super Mario Bros. 2 was a case where it's a very popular game, obviously, and Super Mario Bros. 2 has a full disassembly. You can get a full disassembly of Super Mario Bros. 2. You can also get a full disassembly of Super Mario Bros. 1, Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle, which is one that I hacked, and a bunch of other things. So what that means is that we're in the territory of looking at code. So rather than just looking at hexadecimal code, which is almost meaningless. It's just a bunch of numbers and letters. You know, it's 16 different possible digits, and it doesn't mean a whole lot unless you really know what you're looking at. what we've got here is this is a disassembly of Super Mario Brothers 1 by a fellow called Doppelganger or Doppelheathen, which basically just explains a whole bunch of stuff about the code and also presents the code in more like an assembly language way. So an NES game would originally have been written in NES assembly language with various instructions for the 6502 processor, like load, LDA, STA, like load and store data and stuff like that, and return from a subroutine and stuff like that. But what you can do is you can sort of puzzle out what that code actually means from the hex code. You can sort of reverse engineer what the code would originally have been. And then you can add names to it. You can actually explain what's going on, add all kinds of tags that say like set movement amount for the potaboo or other objects. Like I'm just looking randomly at the Super Mario Brothers code. And it's fully commented out, which you don't usually get with a lot of these games, but like there are lots of comments about explaining what does what and this and that. And you could recompile this code back into a new version of Super Mario Brothers. You could change things that you need to change about Super Mario Brothers. Or you could just read this and understand what's going on a little better, and then go into the hex code and just change whatever byte selects what the potaboo is doing, you know? So for Super Mario Brothers 2, I did do some fancy stuff, and I didn't change it. I did a combination of this. Like sometimes I would change it in this decompiled source code, and I would change things there and recompile it. But for whatever reason, you know, I'm not great with assembly code. I'm not really a programmer. I'm an artist. I'm not really a programmer. I'm an artist and a writer and a filmmaker. So working with assembly code is not my forte, certainly. And I don't know if it's that many people's forte. It's difficult working with assembly code. So when I assembled Super Mario Brothers 2 after making changes, it would break. Like it would not be a fully working ROM, but you know, part of that code would work. So I was basically using the disassembly to figure out what I needed to do in hex editing. You know, sometimes I would recompile it, and then I would take bits and pieces of what I'd recompiled and put it back in the ROM until I was done. But having a disassembly allowed me to figure out what was going on in the code and change specific things that I wanted to change about the game to really get my changes going. But I also really like Super Mario Brothers 2 just as a game, so I wasn't going to go nuts changing things, you know, that I didn't need to change about the gameplay. But there were things like about the ending and about the intro and this and that, and changing some of the enemies and things. And I wanted to know what I was doing. I really wanted to get all that right. So I was able to look at the disassembly. This was also true of the Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle. And in both cases, I had a lot of help with this. A fella called Bobby H, and also Spider Dave and SignPro UK. Did I say that right? SignPrePoo for UK. I don't know. I didn't quite say that right. But they all helped me with Crazier Castle. And Bobby H was also there when I was doing the Pikachu Guardman hack, which I haven't talked about. But the Crazier Castle, the Bugs Bunny Crazier Castle, was a hack that... God, where is it? If it's not here, it'll be in the other one. I had an idea that I'm not good enough as a programmer to do, and so I got help with it. Where I wanted to take the Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle for NES is based on a Famicom disk system, a Japanese game, called Roger Rabbit. And so it didn't have. Here's a hack that I didn't do of the Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle, which brings back Roger Rabbit. It brings back the Roger Rabbit theming to the game. At least partially, because the disk system game has an ending, which isn't in Crazy Castle. So you originally Roger Rabbit, and this was changed to Bugs Bunny for the US release. And there are these weasels who were changed to Sylvester. And the weasels are in different colors. So in the Bugs Bunny version, you're fighting Sylvester a lot. And it's kind of dumb. The weasels are the only ones who can go in and out of doors. And you're trying to collect these hearts or these carrots. But there's a few other enemies that aren't used as much. So you're really going to be seeing a lot of the weasels in Roger Rabbit, which does make sense. But then you're going to be seeing a lot of Sylvester in Crazy Castle, which doesn't make as much sense to me. So I was saying, what if we could take Crazy Castle, which has like 50 or 60 levels, and add more Looney Tunes enemies to it? So Bobby H. wrote some code for swapping graphical banks every level, so that we could actually have a whole bunch of different versions of the game, basically, that have different Looney Tunes enemies in them. And it's one of the better hacks that I've done. And I've got a lot to say about it. I'm not sure I should get into it. But that bit of coding that swaps the graphics for the enemies and allows a bunch more of the Looney Tunes enemies in there was not something I could have written myself. I'm not quite good enough. Actually, I didn't talk about the Thief and the Cobbler as much as I could have either. These are the player graphics for the Thief and the Cobbler. And I've also added an extra frame for their running here. Just here at the lower right, which was originally an unused frame of the albatross, the bird. But I wanted an extra frame for when they're small, when they're running. I wanted some extra graphics for that, make my designs work. But these are the players, and these are them when they're small. I need a different. These are some bosses and some level-specific things. Like that's where Berta would be. And, yeah. A bunch of like level-specific enemies. I fit in as many different enemies as I could, pretty much. I see I've repeated this bird, but that bird doesn't appear much. So like each version of this has like some different enemies show up. I really wanted this to have a lot of different things going on. There's some bosses here, and here are the animated frames. So I was talking about this cat enemy who animates, and I added this cat enemy here. And also the head of the king, which is just unused. It's just a placeholder. But I animated a little more of this sort of animated section of the ROM. I animated more of it. Not all of it, but more of it than the regular game does. Yeah, sure tried to get a little fancy with it, actually. And there's also these. God, this isn't right. How can I? Why is this wrong? Oh, right. It needs to be like this. This is the ending. Yeah. This is the. What would the right colors be for this? I'm guessing it's something like. God, I don't know. Sorry, let me just get this right before I show these off. That's probably it, actually. That's probably something like it. But anyway, these are the endings. So there's some space in the ROM. This was very inspired by. There's a hack of Super Mario Brothers 2 which includes the Beatles, which Nestrog and the team did. And it's called Adventures in Pepperland, and it's a yellow submarine hack of Super Mario Bros. 2. So that was very much in my mind when I did this hack. And that has an ending with a bunch of different, with a slideshow of the Beatles for the ending. So I wanted to do a slideshow of the ending from The Thief and the Cobbler. So I filled these, with as much as I could. The upper and lower right tiles are the only things I left open to do backgrounds with. I only did these upper left and lower right tiles. Otherwise, I used all these tiles so it could have a fancy ending. And we had to do some changes to the code. I remember I needed help with that. I did a lot of it myself just to make the code work. And these are all the characters for the ending, actually. That's right. What's that? This will be the right colors. Just all the characters for the ending. Because Super Mario Brothers has that ending of Mario sleeping. So it's taking up a lot of graphics at the end, which let's load that. So all these graphics of Mario sleeping at the ending, you could fill these with something different, and that's what I did. But you had to change the code to what frames are displayed when. There's some unused tiles here too, It's a very impressive ending, but you could do a little more with it than they did, actually. You see all these blank tiles and stuff like that? So both I and the Beatles hack really filled those up. I'm sure I have that here. It might be I keep looking in this directory. But the Beatles' Adventures in Pepperland hack, what would the colors be like for this? There. So there's George, Paul, John, and Ringo. There's all their player sprites, which I guess are the same. They don't have a small version of that. And then all these yellow submarine enemies here. And I took a note from them because the Triclide, who's this three-headed snake, is really hard to design something around. and they had done a version with the three-headed bulldog, and I said, well, that'll be good. And in The Thief and the Cobbler, there's like a bunch of dogs guarding Princess Yum Yum anyway. So I sort of swiped that whole idea. What is going on? I'm getting a phone call. Hello? Yes, this is Garrett. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm getting phone calls today, and I never get phone calls, but I'm getting phone calls today. Yeah, unfortunate. But yeah, we're talking about ROM hacking. I believe we're still successfully streaming. Yeah, please, I guess nobody's watching this, but chat, please let me know if there's any problems. But yeah, I'm getting phone calls today, which wouldn't normally be the case. So this scene does one of my favorite things. There's a little programming trick here, which I quite like. But I'll have to. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So the NES has 4 different colors, and when this was a game on the Famicom Disk System called Yumi Kojo Doki Doki Panic instead of Super Mario Bros. 2, there was really limited space for graphics. Super Mario Bros. 2 doesn't have this problem, but Doki Doki Panic did. There was kind of limited space for graphics. So it's doing this thing with the colors here, where this is so that it can fit more space for backgrounds. So these 4 different colors are actually supposed to be just black and white, but it's if the palette looks one way, you get a bunch of numbers, and if the palette looks another way, you get a book. You get like what they used for the backgrounds, the pages of this book. And so when you look at it in 4 colors, it looks like these numbers with a design over it. And just if you set the NES palette a certain way, it means 2 different things. And so this is a trick to get more out of your space, which Super Mario Bros. 2 doesn't need, and obviously there's a lot of blank space here in this version with the yellow submarine. But in the Doki Doki Panic version, they were really tight on space, so they used this cheat. And so you could do this. You could have more tiles. If they're only supposed to be black and white tiles, you could actually either black or white. You could do this trick. And God, I think I did on something. I think I did do that trick on something. I forget what now. When I was running out of tiles. Anyway, I was going to show the. They sort of have a lot of extra space here, but Yeah, I need a different palette for this. What's a better palette? That's pretty close. But you've got to switch the black and the... Yeah, it's got to be like a gradual, something like that. Okay. It's all in the mind, you know. They didn't use every possible frame, but they had these beetles. Is that right? That might actually be... Honestly, I'm not sure anymore. These dithery beetles are... So that's their ending. It's all in the mind, you know. And then they've got this is text for their soundtrack, because this hack has great music. And then that's just blank space at the end. Yeah, that's their ending is all like pictures of the Beatles. So that was very inspirational for me. It's a great hack that you should check out. All the levels are different too. But again, this is something I was talking about before, where Super Mario Bros. 2 runs in 8x16 mode. So if you're looking at these sprites, you got to look at it in 8x16 mode to know what you're doing. And then for the backgrounds and that ending, you've got to switch back to 8x8 mode, which is the regular mode. And I'm a little off at whatever point in the ROM I'm supposed to be. But whatever. But yeah, these are the player sprites. So if you're gonna redraw Super Mario Bros. 2, that's where you would start, right? And so we can actually, let me fuck with this a little bit because I'm a little off. I'm just hitting the button to advance by one block in the data. Because I want to get this lined up just right, actually. Okay. So let me just copy this Beatles information. Or vice versa, I suppose. I could fuck around with this. Do I have two of these open? I don't think I do, actually, anymore. I'm going to open another instance. But, see what I could do. I don't know. I could put the Thief and the Cobbler characters into Pepperland. And I could put Pepperland into Mario. So let's just do that real quick. I'll save off these stupid changes. Admittedly, stupid changes. So we're going to do just a quick stupid change. We've swapped out some character graphics, and I'm going to just see what happens. Super Mario Bros. 2, pick Luigi, and we're probably going to get some changed graphics just now. So instead of Luigi, we've got John Lennon, I believe. Unless, no, that's Ringo. This is their version of Ringo, isn't it? I thought he had a hat. Why am I blanking on this? Like which guy this is supposed to be. Let me look at this again. Oh no, this is Paul. Sorry, that's Paul. It's George, Paul, and Ringo. Ringo does have a hat, and so does George. I'm sorry. I got confused. But yeah, so instead of Luigi, we've got this version of Paul McCartney, because we've just redrawn the graphics here, or swiped the graphics from this drum's version. But when we shrink, we're back to being Luigi. And I'm also going to check what I just did to the Beatles hack, because I fucked with that as well for no reason. This hack has wonderful music. It has all the Beatles music in it. And let's select Paul as intended. Liverpool in the Sea of Green. And yeah, we've got the cobbler from The Thief and the Cobbler instead, because I just fucked with the graphics. So we're getting Eleanor Rigby and our Beatles level, but it's the wrong graphics. I put in the graphics for Tack the Cobbler from The Thief and the Cobbler instead. Maybe I should have put in Luigi, for good sake. But one thing you will notice, or could notice, is that Super Mario Brothers graphics, Super Mario Brothers 2 graphics, oh, there is a problem with Chief Ruthless here, because I needed to hack him to have eye whites, that's right, which you don't actually get in this version. The eye whites also need to be hacked for these characters to totally look good, but that's fine. The Super Mario Brothers 2 graphics, they all use like a white, a black, and a color, So it's all kind of similar, and you can replace one thing with another. It's a very NES kind of art style that I've talked about before. This was a hack I did of Bomberman. If this loads. Bomberman is also an NROM game. It's a very simple game with not a lot of room for graphics. And I wanted to bring back the original 1983 Bomberman, who appeared in a couple games. Oh, this is broken, actually. Why is that broken? I think this ROM is broken. Either that or my cheats are active. That might just be cheats, actually. Yeah, I think I've just brought in some cheats. Now shut off my cheats. What are my cheats? What's going on here? Okay. Because otherwise I'm going to just die. But there was a pre-NES Bomberman game, or a few pre-NES Bomberman games. Okay, this is not working. I don't know what's happening here. I don't know when my hack broke. This is not supposed to actually be happening. I don't know. I'm having performance problems with this stream anyway, so maybe something weird is going down. I don't know. But anyway, this was replacing Bomberman's graphics with something that looks like the original early Bomberman. So you can see that here, that you've got this little guy and these balloons. Yeah. Which is a much like a simple little guy, and then I put in the normal Bomberman, who was originally a villain in Lode Runner by Hudson Soft. But again, this is an NROM game. It's only got 2 sheets of graphics. That's how you know it's an NROM game usually. And then I took whatever space I could, so I could draw that title screen, which I'll reload, this title screen. There wasn't a ton of space for this title screen. I replaced the font with something more old-fashioned also, and used, like, I had this much space for tiles, basically, which isn't a lot, but I did my best with it. I simplified the design as much as I could so that it would fit in this. And then everything else is just that, like these explosions and so on. But yeah, I had to be very careful in... I had this design, which is from one of the original early Bomberman games. I think 3D Bomberman had this title screen. But I had to simplify it so that I could reuse tiles and it would still look kind of like the same thing, which was difficult. I really spent a lot of time simplifying the design and reusing tiles until it worked. And then Bomberman himself also got replaced with this old-fashioned version. And the balloon enemies also got replaced with something like their original version. But that's one of those. It's one of those relatively simple. Let me see real quick. But Bomberman is an NROM game. It's an early game. It was very early in Japan. And so it gets used on bootlegs a lot, so there are already a lot of hacks of Bomberman. Like here's Bomber Girl. I can see that here's a Bomber Girl instead of a Bomberman. Oh no, Bomber, this is, yeah. This must be, this is not a direct hack. This must be actually a little more complicated because it's got 65 kilobytes of data, and I bet you it's not an NES game either anymore. Yeah, I bet you that's like a little more fancy, like it's a VTO3 game or something. So is Maze Bomber also. That's like half a meg, so there's something. I don't know what kind of graphics these would be. Let me look. I bet you these graphics will show up though. Let's see. Let me see if I can actually see these graphics. Boy, I don't know. Oh yeah, that looks like something. Okay, so Super NES Mode 7 type graphics. Yeah, there's definitely some graphics here. They're in Super NES Mode 7 format is the closest thing I can find. I bet you this is a VTO3 game or something like that. That's interesting. I don't have the right palette for it either, and I don't have time to fuck with it right now, but I could. This game is called Golgotha, and it looks like they've just used Load Runner, which makes sense. I think this is just a very basic hack of Bomberman, to have just the Load Runner character again, and some of those, like bad guy. Golgotha. Here's Bomber Pac-Man, which looks like they used the Nuts and Milk character. There's a game called Nuts and Milk, and this looks like that's what that is. Yeah, Bomber Pac-Man. Bomber Pac-Man. I bet you they didn't do anything with the title screen. I don't see any title screen graphics. Huh. TNT. Looks like there's just a dude. Probably like a dude with shades. Yeah, that's probably the right thing. Just a dude with shades gets to do TNT. And then there's like some... It looks like a TNT graphic. And then something called Toy Story. Where is that Woody? I think that's supposed to be Sheriff Woody, maybe. You know, an attempt was made. I think that's the only change. And they didn't do anything with the title screen. So these are all bootlegs from back in the day. Let's actually play them a little bit. See if they run. Yeah, there's no title screen at all on some of these. Oh, see, I'm having the same problem with this. I've got to switch emulators because I guess I'm having, for whatever reason, I'm having problems with Bomberman, the game, today. It'll probably work now. But this is a bootleg called Toy Story, and I guess that's supposed to be Woody, where they've just changed the graphics of Bomberman to be this guy. And let's see, TNT does have a title screen, as I guessed. It just has this guy. He's kind of like a cool guy, I guess. And he's going to blow himself up right now. And they've tried to change it around a bit. But like, here's just this little, like, 90s guy is here. He's going to set some bombs and blow up the guys just like normal. Yeah, they've kind of changed the look around. They've changed the colors too, which again I said is one of the easier things to figure out. I did change the colors in mine also. Maze Bomber was not going to work because that's a VTO3. I could run that with Nintendulator, but I'm not going to. Here's Golgotha, where they changed him to the Load Runner guy. They just did that. And there's sort of a religious thing going on here. He's dropping like Death Star droids around here, but they changed the enemies. One thing we're seeing a lot is like gray explosions, which sucks. You don't want your explosions to be gray. They really need to switch those colors back. And I would, except I am having trouble with Bomberman on FCEUX, so I'm not going to fuck with that right now. Or am I? Here's Bomber Pac-Man. Oh, he's terribly colored. They really didn't get the colors right. But he's the guy from Nuts and Milk. And that's the only change they made. So we got that going for us. But one thing I'm noticing, as I said, is the color palettes for the explosions are not good. Which would be, I'm opening the PPU viewer. I might already have that. We're having performance problems because I'm streaming also. So here, we're going to look at the color palettes here, I guess. We can look at that. So there's some OF 1030, 3F 1030. It's got a very like monochromatic look to it, which is not going to work super well for explosions. So what if we brought that into an editor? I'm opening this up in a hex editor right now. I'm just going to kind of look for let's see. Yes, that looks like it. Is there any others? Okay, it only shows up once. So I'm seeing these colors here. Now, what do we actually want the colors to be is another question. So I'm going to look at my hack again. think is in sampler. Along with Crazier Castle, which I couldn't find before. Let's load up stage 1. And let me see, what are our palettes here? Oh, see, it's that second palette is the one you want to use for explosions. So I have the second background palette. That was my guess. I did think that's what was happening. You need to make that a nice explosion-y bunch of colors. So we're going to do that. And I'm just going to save that. I've changed those 3 numbers. So that should mean that Golgotha should now have better looking explosions. Okay? Let's see. There you go. Okay, so we now have the nice red explosions that we actually wanted. So we've already improved Golgotha. Now we could go further. We could again change the character, and we've already seen a lot of that. We've already seen a lot of different Bombermen, so I guess you don't actually need to see that. But I'd like to go back for a minute because I couldn't. I was talking about this before, and it was a little bit out of turn. But this is the Bugs Bunny Crazier Castle. I'm just picking the right colors for it now. So my hack of the Bugs Bunny Crazier Castle, which I did with Bobby H. And Spider Dave also helped, who's a real expert. But they did some coding for me so that we could actually swap out these graphics. This is an ending that we didn't get to finish because I think Spider Dave could have pulled it off, but I'm not good enough to pull this off. This is sort of in there, but it's not fully animated. I wanted a fully animated Bugs for this ending, which is in Roger Rabbit, and it's fully animated in Roger Rabbit, but I couldn't quite figure out the coding, I'm afraid. We came very close. But anyway, the point of this hack is that instead of 4 enemies, there are 28 enemies. So we've got 7 different sets of graphics. And Bugs is almost the same in every one, except here's a small Bugs in the very last one. Like I used his Game Boy sprites basically, so that it's sort of like a baby Bugs, because he's going up against Speedy Gonzales, Tweety. Tweety is the main enemy in this, and Sylvester Jr. and Henry Hawk, who are all small enemies. But like the common enemies become Pepe Le Pew is there, Mark Anthony, Wile E. Coyote, Foghorn Leghorn, Tasmanian Devil, and then so it's still Sylvester, I think. With Merlin the Magic Mouse is there, Yosemite Sam is there, Daffy Duck is there, which was true before. But then there's also Biggie Buzzard, Witch Hazel, Leprechaun is there, Count Blood Count, Barnyard Dog, Porky Pig is there. And you can see that they all have a similar color palette, because they all have to share the same color palettes anyway. So I designed them so that they look basically correct, with all the color palettes sort of are along this line. But Wile E. Coyote and the Roadrunner, Muggsy, Go-Go Dodo is there. And the canine Marvin the Martian's dog is there. Instant Martian, Marvin the Martian is there. And Mark Anthony. Elmer Fudd, Gossamer, the Ghost Kid, who was in the original Crazy Castle games also. Some of these characters were in the Crazy Castle games, but not the first one. So the original Crazy Castle for NES only had 4 enemies. So we created new code, which Bobby H. wrote. And it was based on a disassembly by Sign Prepro, Sign Prepoo for UK. Sorry, I can't say that username. I don't know what that is. But I will credit it. Had done a disassembly of the Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle, so we were able to look at what the code probably was and work from there. Now these disassemblies of codes, you can see something similar in the emulators in FCEUX and Mesen if you load up the debuggers in these programs. And they're both very different. These debuggers are both very different. What they try to do is they analyze the code as it's running. They try to analyze the code and tell you what the original assembly code probably was, rather than the hexadecimal numbers. And so a lot of times you can figure out what's going on and what you need to change better from the debugger. So, but I don't usually use the debugger. I think of that as like an expert mode kind of thing. And usually what I'm changing doesn't need the debugger. But you know, if I was better at it, I'd swear by it. But it's not super accurate either. A lot of times I've seen these debuggers, or there's also a tool which can decompile the code in theory. It can go through and create a disassembly. Like there are 6502 disassemblers you can use, but those are usually wrong. These debuggers are better, and they're based on you're playing the game a bit, and it figures out what's running as it's running. But hexadecimal code, you know, it's just numbers, so it's very contextual. Like a number 20 will mean something very different depending on context. Any number will mean something different depending on context. So there's a certain amount of guesswork which has to be done, or a certain amount of understanding which goes into these disassemblies. In all cases, these disassemblies are really expertly done. But then when I look at it, I've seen they've missed stuff and that they don't actually know what the code is doing at certain points, which I've figured out. In my hacking, like I had to figure out what that bit did, and like the disassembly didn't figure it out. And I'm like, well, I'm not a code guy. But I've figured out they missed something. So that's kind of what it's like. These people writing these disassemblies just had to figure out what the code did at all points and translate, you know, 3 numbers here, like 900006. They've got to say, okay, so that's storing the position of the carrot in the Bugs Bunny game, basically. It's stuff like that. They've got to figure out what it's doing at any point. And this is what this debugger is trying to do as well. And if you work with this debugger, it's another way to hack the game and to figure out how to hack the game, because it's trying to present everything as code. And it's hopefully fairly accurate, or it'll be confusing, but if there are specific things you need to change, you may be able to figure it out that way. But I kind of think of the debugger as expert mode and not something I get into as much as maybe I should. But when something is confusing me, sometimes the debugger has helped me figure it out, and other times it's just like, But also these disassemblies of specific games that people have written sometimes really help you figure out what the code is doing if you're trying to do something complicated. And other times you just got to figure it out yourself. And a lot of times, though, what I'm trying to do with the games, a lot of times is mostly just graphical. So I'm just designing these characters who a lot of these graphics were pulled from other Crazy Castle games or similar games, and then I redrew them a bit to work better. But some of these were original or semi-original also. So I was just working on these different sets of graphics. for this. And then someone did extra bits of code, which helped, which mean that different graphics load for different levels. So you get a fancier version of the Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle. But a lot of that was design, you know. A lot of that came down to, because I'm an artist, and a lot of what I do comes down to design in the end. So there's that also. But I did 5 new cutscene screens for it as well, and had to do the code for that and figure out how to make the code work. Like this is new, there's new bugs there. Oh god, I'm blanking on what that password was. Or do I actually have a save state? Do I have a save state? Oh, I do have a save state. Anyway, from last time I was doing it. So he's trying to collect the cheese, and Tweety's there. So actually, several Tweeties are there. Because of course they are, because normally you get a lot of different Sylvesters. Because they're the only ones who can go in and out. But Speedy Gonzales is also there, and I've got a weapon now, so I can probably beat somebody and get some of this cheese. So every single level is going to swap between these 7 different sets of characters. So now, instead of Tweety or Sylvester, there's Pepe Le Pew. And I've also changed the colors. So the pipes in my version are purple, so that some of these enemies can be purple instead of having to be green. Oh, and I guess I'm invincible. Sorry, I turned on invincibility. But there's a ghost kid. I just killed Casper the Friendly Ghost, basically, within one of those cartoons. He's not Casper, but he's a similar character. I've got a bunch of cheats on, but here's Foghorn Leghorn is coming for me. And he's using Bugs' palette. Now, the NES has 4 different palettes at any time for sprites and 4 different palettes for backgrounds. So these palettes are shared between Bugs and the enemies. There's a purple Foghorn who's got the same palette as the pipes, which appear in some levels. And there's another Foghorn who has the palette of these items, like the keys, who I just killed. And then there's one unique palette, which the Barnyard Dog has, which is, I think, the Yosemite Sam palette, who's like a special enemy palette. So these characters have to all be designed to work with, and these palettes have to be designed to all kind of work, no matter what. So like Sylvester Jr. has to sort of work, and Tweety has to basically work with any of these palettes, but they also have to be distinct. So like one of these Tweeties has Bugs' palette, and others have like an item palette. So they're all pretty similar palettes, to be honest, except for like the purple. But the purple is because of these pipes, which were green in Roger Rabbit and Bugs Bunny. It's because you need this sprite for this when you're traveling through the pipe. See those little bulges? So those need to be green or purple. So that just means that some of the enemies are going to be green or purple. But really, this was just a lot of design. I did change some of the... I could have even done more with this, like made some of them a little more animated, but I made them a little more animated than they are normally. Because some of these original characters are very like skinny, so they didn't need as many. They didn't need everything that... like Foghorn Leghorn is pretty fat, so he needs more tiles when he's dying. then I think Wile E. Coyote and Daffy used less tiles. So I was using more tiles. So I did go into the code, and I would try to say, I went into the hex code, and I would say, well, what tiles don't we need? So like this sort of, there's like a flickering poof when they disappear. I was saying, I could probably do that poof in 2 tiles, and I could open up some stuff. I didn't realize, but this safe, there's an alternate safe and bucket that are never used, I'm pretty sure. So I could have used this, actually. Like there's 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's like 8 tiles here that I could have used for something else, but didn't. So it's stuff like that. You could figure out how to add a little more animation to these characters. But I'd already designed a lot more, and I did free up a few tiles by using less tiles here and there. It was like this poof. I said, well, this is like, I think it was like 6 tiles or something like that. And I said, well, I can do it in less. I can do a poof in 2 tiles. And it won't look as good, but who cares? About like a little flicker out of the enemy. So it was stuff like that. I tried to save tiles in a few places so I could do a little more animation on some of the characters. And I could have done more. But then I would go into the code and figure out what I needed to change for these sprite constructions. So if it's, this is like the top of Taz's head. I know that these are tiles 56 and 57. So I can probably find that in the code. Although last time I tried this, I couldn't. But it might be 50, 56, 66. Actually, that might be the problem. It might be loading vertically. That might be my problem before. It's not. 56, 57. There's a lot of different ways that sprites get listed anyway. But 56, 57. So this might be it. So if I change that to 50, 51, it'll get screwed up in a certain way. Maybe 50, 51, 50, 51. Let me just check that. It's possible. Oh, it's not. No, that's not right at all. So let me figure this out, because I did figure this out when I hacked this. I had to change certain things. Here's the code data logger. Let's run it for a few seconds. So the enemies have just moved. And so in theory, there should be some stuff in the ROM that'll light up. I do have notes on this, so I did know how to do this at one point. But it should light up blue. Somewhere in the ROM. And it's really hard to see, to be honest, when you're scrolling through like this. Here's some stuff that lit up blue. And there is a 51 there, and a 52, so maybe. What if I just... There's some stuff that lit up blue. So maybe something will happen. No, that's not it. What else you got? What else lit up? I do have notes on this because I did it. Because I did all this hacking. But I'm trying to figure it out from scratch now, and I've forgotten anyway. But there is some enemy behavior that would light up. And we could change some of them. Or it might just be around here. Like, I would not be too surprised. 52. Okay. So I'm paused, and all that's happening right now is enemy behavior. So give me that. Enemy behavior, and that's it, okay? Pause. Now, what lights up? Not that. That didn't light up this time. So what does light up? Probably shouldn't be this low in the ROM anyway. But I would eventually be able to figure this out originally. This is not the smartest way of doing this either, but it is a way. Is the code data logger just not liking me today? It's like it's honestly letting me down. Suspicious. Very suspicious. What was I looking for again? I was looking for 5051, right? Oh no, I was looking for 5657, I think. Let's actually just look at Falkland. Okay, so he would be 5657. 5657. Which I've already been messing with. 56. Is there a 5666? I already looked for that, didn't I? I really just want to mess with this until something happens, but this might be a little late and wrong. Ooh, I don't know. I don't know if that's the right point in the ROM. Sort of trial mirroring this more than I should be. Well, I don't know. It's in there somewhere. I could normally find this. I don't know why that wasn't lighting up. I think FCEUX is failing. But yeah, I did have to change some of these sprite constructions. Once I'd found them, I was able to change which sprites are used in certain animations. I tell you, something's lining up around this point. But, I'm gonna look one last time. I don't want to admit defeat live on stream, I guess. 56. I'm just trying to. Come on, do something. Oh, I don't know, guys. I'm not having the best luck finding this right now. I did know how to do this at one point. I kept very copious notes, but if I were trying to figure it out from scratch right now, please just change something and work. Just what is this here? What is this? What is this that is actually lighting up here? It's really being slow too. But I just want to change some of this character. Let me just paste over anything that did light up. That's not it. That's not it. I don't know what I'm doing. Random. There. I successfully broke the game. That's good. That's all I really wanted. Might one more time. It's so hard to see. It's kind of hard to see. Ooh, what is this? What is this? This looks like it. That looks like it. Oh, I need to reload. I'm reloading the ROM. It does kind of look like it's right. Let me see. This area is... Yes! Yes! Okay. See, I did find it. It just took a bit. Yeah. Oh, so these are separated by, I think, palette and flipping numbers, like palette and flipping numbers. Yeah, I did eventually find it right here. This number, this 56 number, is a sprite designation, and I think a palette designation for this character. So if I wanted to, I could change this Pepe Le Pew to another character in just one frame. So let's turn him into Elmer, just real quick. 5051. Just to prove. 5051 60 61 70 71. So what should happen is that Pepe Le Pew should turn into Elmer. There you go. So yeah, Pepe Le Pew will now be Elmer for one of his 3 frames because we've changed which sprites are being used. And these did light up blue. I just hadn't spotted them because it's kind of hard to see blue in a long ROM with a big sea of black. But when it lights up blue, that's when you got something that's really running. So yeah, as I recall, these have different sprite constructions for moving right or left. So when he's moving right, he won't be Elmer. And when he's moving left, he will be Elmer occasionally. And there you go. So there's Pepe Le Pew turning into Elmer because we've selected different numbers at this point. And I did that throughout to save some tiles and to have more animation in some places where I needed it and less when I did, I guess. To construct things a little bit differently in places. I don't know if anyone's watching this live. I was checking chat and now I'm not. Yeah, I don't think anybody's watching this. Live. No, there's been. I am streaming though. Okay. I shouldn't have this on. Anyway, there is one thing I should have mentioned, actually, but I can demonstrate it real quick. So let's say that you wanted to take this into Photoshop, and then you can work. Let's imagine you're working with this image in Photoshop, just like I was for a long time, or with the sprite sheet that's maybe laid out a little more simply than this. Okay, and so I'm going to paste this into YY-CHR somewhere. Let's put it here. I'm going to paste it in. So I can just paste this directly from Photoshop into YY-CHR. And, oh, it actually worked out correctly. That was not what I wanted to happen. Okay. Normally, there's a problem. So let's see if I can simulate the problem. I did not simulate the problem. Anyway, let's pretend that it imported wrong. Thank you. It did not import wrong. What is? That's weird. Okay. Well, anyway, normally the colors do import wrong, so you have to click this little replace color button up at the top here, and then you can go and fix which color is which. Because a lot of times when it imports, it doesn't import the correct colors, so you have to shuffle them around. But of course, Murphy's Law being the way it is, I guess. Yeah. Murphy's Law being the way it is. I have no viewers. Okay. Murphy's Law being the way it is. Let's actually, yeah, there is one thing I could do. Let's see if we can get this to work. I'm going to look at the Roger Rabbit hack. Roger Rabbit Crazy Castle, which was the original version. And this is not going to be quite right, I'm sure, because it's laid out a little differently. But what if one of these Bugs Bunnies, just one, is Roger Rabbit? Okay, I'm going to put Roger Rabbit and his enemies in there, and let's see if we can spot that. Let's see how Roger will. One of these is going to be Roger. There. Oh no, I have to actually. That's right. I was. I'll just save it as the regular Crazier Castle. Let's see. I just hate writing over my own ROM like that, but let's see. There's Roger Rabbit. It's not quite right color-wise, but he's there. He's got some weasels. There you go. Weasels and the penguins. So yeah, one of these. Oh yeah, some of these death animations would need to be reworked because I had reworked them previously. Oh, and I'm still invincible. I forgot about that. And these color palettes are a little more subdued than Roger Rabbit originally had. But like it would have had a brighter. Where's the other hearts? Let's see. Do we have other Roger Rabbit situations happening? Yeah, some of these animations are a little bit off because I changed them in the Bugs Bunny Crazier Castle. But mostly it's the same game. And I could go in and fix this. Like I could say, okay, the Gorilla Bouncer has the wrong head here because of what I changed. So I could go in and find that in the code, which is exactly what we were doing before. And there's Judge Doom. And I could change all the color palettes to be what they're supposed to be. Again. Yeah, there you go. It's mostly the same game, so we just kind of pasted in the original Roger Rabbit graphics. Actually, these aren't the original Roger Rabbit graphics. It's from a hack which is almost the same, but was a hack of Crazy Castle. So that was something. But this just shows what sort of hackery can be done. Or, for example, I feel like I'm laboring the point, but let's see. But I might as well show this example. Got a lot of examples. What would the color palettes be? I wonder. Oh yeah, no, this actually is good. This is the right color palette. Okay. So this is another Kemco game, who also did Bugs Bunny's Crazy Castle, but they switched these licenses around. The Japanese version is Donald Duck, and the American version is Snoopy. So this is the same thing that happened to the Crazy Castle games, where Kemco did different licenses depending. So this is the same game, and this is the same event even. You can see that it's not quite laid out the same. It's close, but there's some differences, like Woodstock is forced into a different position here. I think it's a little bit different, but in the terms of the tile layout, so you'd actually need. But what is the same is Snoopy and Spike. These two different sheets of Snoopy and Spike are the same, and Donald and Daisy. But let's start fucking around with it. Let's compare. Here's the Pogo with Snoopy. Here's an unused Charlie Brown. They didn't actually use this Charlie Brown, but let's paste him in anyway. With Spike. Here's oh, they're on the same page with this one. You need to rework this one a lot, actually. I don't think you could actually do that. There's this. It's probably close to the same. So there's Donald and Daisy, and then Snoopy and Spike. And there's various sprites. And I know that this isn't going to be quite right, but oh yeah. See, they've got a different name table. You can see in these graphics, you know, they did something different with it each time. Very cute. Okay, lots of cute graphics. There's Donald versus Snoopy. Let me just paste a little bit of Snoopy into Donald, and that'll probably look all right. Actually, let's just see. Let's do it with the wrong name table. See what happens. I don't think they used some of this stuff either. Like this motorcycle Snoopy, I don't think gets used. Probably these airplanes don't get used. Some of this stuff. It's in the graphics. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna make a mess. I'm purposely making kind of a mess, right? Just to see. Okay, so this is something I've just done in the Donald Duck ROM. Okay. I've just pasted in some graphics, and it's going to need further work. I know that much. Like, there's differences between what's happening here, so it's not just happening. But this should be an interesting mess, at least. So with this, I pasted in Snoopy to it, and it's a mess. One play. Wait, I thought I did the snack thing. Oh, this game is a nightmare to play. Also, I keep forgetting. I might not be able to actually do much with it. Let's see. I should have switched the first players. I just wanted to see if they can actually. I have no idea how to do this game. That's how you throw it. Well, let's switch some of the player one's graphics. I just want to see a weird mashup right now. You know, that's all I'm here for. It's a weird mashup of some kind. Okay, so the sync race was all one page. That's why I didn't fuck with it. Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit different. So that's not actually going to translate very well into one. This might translate a little better. The boot, which I couldn't play at all apparently. So. I don't know, I'm just gonna do a little bit of, it'll be all spike all the time. Just as a proof of concept, let's see. Well, there's Snoopy instead of Donald. He's got his boot. I don't actually know. Yeah, it needs a little work, but it's close. Woodstock's not in the right position. But you can make this work. You just have to rewrite some of the code for when it's not right, but it's a little bit close. Like mostly it works. And I could fix that title screen, of course. Let's see. Oh, see, yeah, it's pretty much the same. I think this one actually works one-to-one. I bet there are things which don't work, but that's basically the same. So we have successfully replaced Donald Duck with Spike here. Oh yeah, I think this whole game might actually be fine, like this mini game. Now we could fuck with the backgrounds too if we wanted to, I'm sure. But that's something that I should actually show off also, is like CADEditor backgrounding. Because that's an important thing that people kind of have to learn about NES Romhacking that I haven't talked about. Sorry, I'm not even thinking about the game. That's why I was doing so badly. But so we could fix that title screen too to have the other thing going on. Oh, which one is this? Oh, see, this has to be Donald and Daisy. Of course, you could also paste code in from the Snoopy game to fix this stuff the way they fixed it. But let's see this. Yeah, this is pretty much just the same game. This looks pretty much like I don't see anything really wrong with the graphics here. That's funny. We have successfully put Spike into this shitty mini game right here. It's good times. It's good times, folks. This is our hybrid hack of Donald Duck, which includes some Snoopy characters. And what was the last one? Did I even do anything with that? Let's see. Apparently not. Okay. So I did say I was going to look that up, actually. Okay, I don't feel super comfy with going this heavy into it, but okay, I'll do it. I'll go into my program files. So I want to show this off, and it hadn't occurred to me until now. Anyway, a CADEditor is a level editor originally intended for Rescue Rangers and other Capcom NES games. And this is the Bugs Bunny Crazier Castle. This is not the best example of what you should be doing with CADEditor, because CADEditor handles Crazy Castle kind of weirdly, to be honest. But CADEditor works for a great many games for level. I don't know what I could ROM file name. Romhacking video. What's something that probably has a level editor here? I wonder if I bet you Little Nemo does, actually. Config file name, CADEditor, settings NES, right? Oh, they've got Addams Family. I wondered if they might, but they've got a lot of games level editing in various forms. Addams Family, Pugsley, Adventures in the Magic Kingdom, Adventuron 2 and 3, which I do have here. I was going to do something with. So Battletoads, Bugs Bunny Birthday Blowout, Castlevania Chip and Dale, Darkman, Darkwing Duck, tons of games, Flintstones, tons of games. Okay, lots and lots and lots of games. Little Nemo, Little Red Hood, Little Nemo. Settings, Little Nemo 5. We'll open one of these. Open. So this is a level in Little Nemo. Look at that. Look at all these. It's sorted out as individual screens, and we could edit the levels in Little Nemo a bit here. I did a bit of this with Raggedy Land when I was making the Donald Land hack, because Donald Land is supported. And I actually wrote my own configuration file for CADEditor so that I could do the ending as well. The configuration files for these games are very simple because they just tell which place in the ROM the level is laid out, but then there's other coding that they do on a game-to-game basis. Anyway, what you notice is that these levels are made up of blocks, and a block is twice as big as a tile. The graphic tiles we've been working with are 8 by 8 pixels, and these blocks are made up of 4 of them, so they're 16 by 16 pixels, and a certain amount of blocks are defined in a level, which are made up of these different graphical tiles. And each block is made up of 4 different 8 by 8 tiles and has certain properties and has a palette chosen for it out of the 4 palette that they're using at that point. And then we can edit these blocks a little bit. This is being slow because I've got so much running right now, but I could change this background block. In theory, I could, once I find this, what is it? It's this one, right? It's label 5. It probably says somewhere, doesn't it? Which one is this? It's not 5. But yeah, I could change palettes on any of these. I'm just trying to find the right one. But you build a level out of these different building blocks. Not every NES game is built this way, but a lot of them are, because building it out of 16 by 16 blocks, which all have their own properties, is more efficient. It's more efficient doing it this way. Label E. Label E. That's weird that it doesn't feel like it's... I'm so confused all of a sudden trying to find this. I have done this before, but it's like streaming adds a certain level of pressure, and when things are a little off, it's like, oh, it's in BD. Okay, BD, save, there. Did I just change it successfully? I don't think I did. I think it's something weird's happening. Why is it like this? Like in theory. Oh, okay. Now it changed. See there. I changed colors. I changed what colors are used, and then you can just use different blocks. You can change your level into something else. like that. So CADEditor is very useful for this sort of thing. Not every game is perfectly feature complete in these, but you can do really terrific things with it. I'll just close that now because I don't feel like doing anything with that for real. I'm just going to go back. Okay. Let me see. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break and come back. Okay. Okay, I'm back. I was just getting some fruit snacks. And I don't think anyone's watching still. Current viewers are volume live, I think. So, yeah, I shouldn't be weird about it because. Okay. So it is helpful to think of backgrounds in terms of 16 by 16 blocks rather than 8x8 tiles. Well, you need to think of it as both, but a lot of times backgrounds are built out of 4 tiles at once. And a lot of times even title screens might be coded that way, and so you'll have to look out for that and be careful. I don't think this one actually is, though. It is interesting. I think this... I think Donald and Spike are very similar in these games a lot of times. I'm pretty, yeah, there's lots of quirks here. I think that this is exactly the same. Like this Donald and this Spike, I think are exactly the same. I don't see any differences. I see lots of quirks that carry over between the 2 versions. But yeah, sometimes you'll be dealing with a title screen, which is, let me show you the title screens, but this title screen is definitely done with individual 8 pixel tiles, but sometimes a title screen will also be 16 by 16 blocks instead, and you've got to define the blocks and then paint it out. This is, I mentioned Bokosika Wars. I had this open earlier, which is another early Famicom game. It's very simple. And you're like this king, and you're assembling an army, and you're going to go fight another army. And then you fight the bad guy. It's very, very simplistic. And it happens that there is a hack of it. Here's Bokosika Wars. It's a simple NROM game. I'm not sure if this is laid out the way it should be. It's looking a little weird. I do have options here. Okay, yeah, it's laid out like a ×16 game. That's weird. I don't know. I don't know why it would be that way, because I don't think it actually is that. I don't think it actually is in that mode. Maybe it is, but I don't think it is. So Bokosika Wars, it's like this. Find the right color scheme. I guess any color scheme is fine. But yeah, I can see all these little characters. And it's just an NROM game, which is like this. I don't know why it's laid out that way, though. That's interesting. When you're looking at stuff in YY-CHR, you should always try those first 3 different modes. There's normal, there's forced 8 mode, and there's forced 16 mode. And then there's a few other modes, which, let me see if they're any better. They're not. Yeah, sometimes games are just like this. They're just laid out this way, even if they're not coded that way. It might be coded that way, but I don't think it is. But I'm going to look at this. This is a hack of Bokosika Wars, which is called Chanticleers, and all of the characters have been replaced with a chicken. So this exists. I'll show you Bokosika Wars. Bokosika Wars. I can pronounce things. This is from ASCII. It's an early Famicom game. And here I am. I am the king. And I'm going to go out. This is an NROM game, so there's only 2. I think I just think I just did something. I don't want to die, but anyway. I'm not playing this in the way I should be. Sure. Anyway, here's Chanticleers, which has replaced every character with the same chicken. It's always the same chicken. I think this is a good idea. I think more like action RPGs should do this. Should just have a chicken. But yeah, this was sold. You can choose between. I forget how you actually do this. If I ever knew, because I've never. There's a trick to this game about how you actually play it and get like your army going. I forget what it is. I forget what you actually do. I think you do butt up against stuff. I feel like you run into. Oh, those are the bad guys. But like, you need to find your. You need to find your army. I forget. I need to look up how you actually play this because I think you do run into the terrain and then you gradually find your army. And I think they would be visible if I was actually doing this right. But yeah, it's a simple game, and everybody's got just these like 4 sprites, so it's not even using, like it could have flipped to these sprites because it's just repeating sprites all the time. But you could replace these sprites with anything, I suppose. You would look into this, and you could do about anything with it. I don't know if you'd want to. Let me think. Another very simple game is Spy versus Spy, and I think what's the play here? What do I want for palette? That's black. Yeah, something like that. And normal pattern. Boy, I don't know. Oh, it's definitely this pattern. So this is an NROM game too. It's by Chemco. It's very simple, and they've replaced a couple of the letters of the alphabet that they're not using. But if we were creating a table of text for this is what we would put in, like this. Yeah, they've replaced some of those letters that they're not using with background tiles because they're short on tiles. So these are blank. No, just like a blank file. I bet you could figure out ways around not using some of these tiles. But regardless, this is, what did I just, what, white, black, okay. So this is called Wild Wild, and it replaces the spies with, I guess they're supposed to be cowboys. Not a special, oh, the pink and blue cowboys of Wild Wild, I see. And I don't think they've done an especially good job, because you can see that the spies use a lot more space. Yeah, the spies have a lot more animation going on, so I'm not super convinced. What does surprise me is it does look like the white spy and black spy use the same sprites, which, except for maybe, so I'm wondering how they pulled that off exactly, because I've forgotten. I owned Spy vs. Spy as a kid. I've forgotten. Oh, that's a terrible title screen. That's a better title screen. Okay, what am I saying? Huh. Wait a minute. So, how can they use the same? Oh, I see. I'll betcha there's a palette that colors white, black. I bet you that's what's happening here. So there's a palette, yeah. That's it. That's how they do it. It's the same sprites for the black spy and the white spy, but they've just colored white, black, which is fair enough. That's pretty simplistic, but it's a simplistic game, so. It's also kind of surprising to me that it looks like the, hang on. Oh, okay, I get it. The title screen is using a trick here. I believe they've loaded the, I need to look at this in Mesen, because there's trickery going on here where they've loaded this, the sprites are obviously in here, but so is the background for the title screen. Like, this is obviously the sprites for the game. There's a plane here, I think, and there's but there's also the title screen is in here. So you wouldn't normally mix background and sprite like that, unless you were in 8x16 mode, which I don't think we are. Okay, I've accidentally loaded 2 instances of this, or have I? Maybe not. But I want to see how this is actually being handled. And certainly figuring out what a game is doing is a first step. So let's see. CHR viewer. No. I wonder. Some of those are sprites. Huh. Huh. Some of the text on the screen is sprites. But yeah, it feels like they're loading from this part for the title screen, which is unusual. I don't think it's running in 8x16 mode. So we'll find out now. No, it's not. It's not running in 8x16 mode. It was just doing a funky thing for the title screen. That's interesting-ish. So one thing, Mesen allows you to view the tile set with its original colors like this. So I'm just kind of looking through here a little bit. And this is a very simple game. It's an NROM game. It fits into 40 kilobytes, with 8 kilobytes of that being the graphics. And we can look at the header of the ROM in Mesen, and it'll tell us that there's 32 kilobytes of program and 8 kilobytes of graphics, and that it's mapper 0. We could actually change the mapper here in theory also, but mappers handle things differently and allow you to swap out and use more. We've seen games which have a lot more graphics than this. This really just has the 2, and it's being tricky by also using some of the sprite. This page, which is supposed to just have sprites on it, also has the stuff for the title screen, which is interesting. Wait a minute. So that means is that why so much of the text is sprites? It is. It is. That's interesting. So the sprites on the title screen, it's reversed it, is what it's done. It's reversed the 2 pages on this title screen somehow. So that it's pulling, its background is the sprites page, and its sprites are the background page, which also has most of the font on it, or has, yeah, it has most of the font on it. So that's interesting. Bit of trickery that they did here. There is something here called Secret Mission, which looks like a VT game. I don't think we're doing VT today, but that would probably a VT, probably like a 16-bit graphics hack of it. So this is Wild, which is the bootleg. And they just didn't use as many sprites as the original, unfortunately. It's very simple. They probably stole this from somewhere else. Sprites. I've forgotten how to actually play this. No, I haven't. I remember. But like, what do you do to fight? Did I just die? I think I just died. Anyway, yeah. So that's the blue and pink cowboy in this hack that they did, and they just haven't taken advantage of the sprites really. Like there is space to do more, and they do. I'm gonna look for something. I'm gonna look for the colors. Let's look for the colors in Spry versus Spry. So OF161A. OF161A. Actually, are we? That's probably the title screen. Yeah, that is the title screen. So I betcha. Yeah. I bet you that spy and spy are the same graphic. I bet you they drew spy once and then changed the palette. I think that's what I'm seeing here. So they were able to do a big spy. And these are all the tiles for it, and then just did it twice like that. I think that's what they did. I think this is behaving strangely. I don't know what FCEUX is doing. It's pretty weird. But I want to look for the palettes. So I'm going to look for the weirdest seeming palette, which would be 30OF3B. 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 Let's look for that hex somewhere in the ROM. Which it's in there once, so I think that's a hit. So we can change, in theory, we can change the colors of these spies. 30OF27. It's probably here. 30OF27, then OF9. It's probably here, right? So this 30 could be 13 to be the purple spy and 1B to be the green spy. I think I just changed the background instead. I thought I had that right. Oh, I did. Right, I only fixed one of them. That's weird. Oh no, I got the wrong one. 1B. Okay. So I'm now the purple spy, and he should be. He should be the green spy by now, but I may have gotten that wrong. 1B. So 27. I'm just hungry, so I'm not thinking straight. So this should be in. Yeah, I don't know. That should be correct. Maybe it just didn't load and I need to load it again. Maybe he'll be the green spot now. Yes, okay. Yeah, I just needed to reload it for whatever reason. Right. So yeah, we're now. Oh, I see the ghost, which was supposed to be white, is also purple now, so that's an unexpected consequence. But yeah, we were able to find the colors and change the spy colors at least. So we got that going for us. And we do have disassembly here of Battle City, Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle, Danny Sullivan's Indie Heat, Double Dragon 2, Excite Bike, Ice Climber, Kunio Kun, Soccer League, Mappy, Nuts and Milk, Pac-Man, Solstice, Sun, Street Fighter 3, Tecmo World Cup Soccer, Tennis, The Legend of Zelda, and ER Kung Fu. So, if we were hacking those, and we were in at least one case, we've got most of the code there. So let's see. Adventure Island. This is the Japanese version of Adventure Island. I also have a Europe version of it, which probably, yeah, Hudson's Adventure Island. There you go. From Europe. Which was a localization of originally a Sega game called Wonder Boy, which then became its own issue because Sega would license out Wonder Boy games, but not the Wonder Boy characters. So it became sort of a series which I've written about this before, and I'm just kind of tired because I haven't eaten in a few hours. But the Wonder Boy series has touched so many different games and series. It's bizarre. Like, you could run a long list of games that are technically Wonder Boy games. So this is, I believe this is a hack, which is just Wonder Boy. So this is sort of, this replaces the Takahashi Meijin character with Sega's Wonder Boy from the arcade game that inspired this game. I'm not trying to play well, I'm just showing off what's going on. So if we look in the graphics, let's just look at the graphics real quick. This is not an NROM game. It's a pretty simple game, but it's not an NROM game. It has more going on than that. What's our color palette? Do I not have the right color palette? Okay, I need to switch. Yeah, it's something like that. Something like that. Maybe a little bit. Anyway, something like that. There's your Takahashi Meijin. I'm looking at other modes to see if it displays better. But normal seems right. Let me see, there's backgrounds, there's basically a repeat of this. Yeah, it's like basically the same sprites repeated a few times with different backgrounds. And a boss. And some text. So I'm guessing this has a mapper which loads two of these in at once. I'm guessing it has a mapper which can switch between these two different things. Looks like all the bosses are there. I assume those are the bosses. And the girl. I assume it loads in 8 kilobytes. It loads in both of these at once, I believe. Which is why they're just repeating. Like, there's minor differences, but I don't think they're different enough to justify the repeats. I see some minor differences, but yeah, I don't think they would be repeating that much otherwise. I could be talking out of my butt. I'd have to check what the mapper situation is. But this is Wonder Boy version also. So yeah, this is the hack, which is virtually the same thing. Actually, they're just changing the heads, I think. I don't think the body actually changes at all. That's interesting. Oh, they changed the font. Yeah, the font gets changed. But otherwise, yeah, let's reload that with that change and see how that works. So I'm betting that, yep, there he is. So there's Wonder Boy. There's a few different instances of Takahashi Meijin in this game. That's really why he was still himself on the title screen. But otherwise, we've got Wonder Boy here. There you go. But this is a graphics hack someone did. The graphics would have been inspired by the Sega arcade game Wonder Boy. It's sort of just a restoration of it. But yeah, it maps. It's not a huge change. It maps very cleanly onto the original route if you do it like that. And I'm out of time apparently. I think you're just supposed to run. And there's also bootlegs, though. There's also I noticed some very badly done bootlegs here. Very badly done. Where they seem to have just not quite figured out how these graphics are supposed to work. They sort of pasted in some Super Mario Brothers graphics. Sort of not. It's not well done. So how would this look in the original version, I'm wondering? Yeah, see, they... As I suspected, it makes more sense in this form, but they really didn't know what they were doing. Like that. I bet you those skateboard sequences are awful. I mean, I cannot imagine how they wouldn't be awful. But yeah, there's definitely some problems with the implementation here. But I'm wondering. So how would we fix that, actually? So there's something happening where the wrong tile is being loaded next to tile 06. I don't know which tile. It's probably 3D. Probably 3D. Yes, which is part of his running animation, that they just kind of didn't figure it out. They didn't fully understand what they were doing. But let's give it a shot, actually. Let's open up the code /data logger. Okay, so that should have loaded a bit of his running animation. And we'll hopefully have highlighted. Now, we're looking for 3D somewhere. It might be like a 3D 00. Wait a minute. 3D. It would be 01. It would probably be 3D02 because it's palette 02. If we say this, I think it's palette 01, 2, 3. So I think it's palette 2, which is the third palette. So if we're looking for 3D02, maybe. I'm not 100% sure. Yes, wait, we have something. There is definitely something happening. I don't know if that's it, but it's worth a shot. Instead of 3D, he just wanted 07, I think. 07. Let's see if that fixed the issue. I think it did. I think there's still other issues, but I think we just fixed the misattributed sprite thing. Though this is now, opened up that there are further issues, and that they were just kind of looking at the ROM rather than looking at like a compiled spreadsheet. They didn't fully know what they were doing. But already better. It's already better. Yeah, it's a mess, but I'm gonna save it because that is superior. What we've done there. If memory serves, their other hacks had similar problems. It's a bear. It's a bear being shot by some guy. Is he a Russian bear? He's a bear. Oh, I like him. He's just a little bear guy. I can respect that. He's got foxes instead of the snails. Just a little bear. You know what? It's a better hack. It's a better hack than the Mario one. It looks like they put some thought into him being a bear. I respect it. You gotta respect. Look good. There's a Minions one, because of course there is. This continues one thing that we've seen a lot, which is using two different palettes for the character, for his head and for his body. So he's just avoiding, instead of snails, he's avoiding these like objects, mechanical. They made some color changes. It all feels a lot more like a factory. And I think this Sonic has some issues. But here's their attempt at Sonic, which was another Sega game, come to think of it. That's just weird. Like these have faces on them. And the death animations are really strange. I don't think they really got there with this one, but what you're supposed to collect is also weird. I don't. Is that fruit? I guess that's a grapes, but it's miscolored maybe. You gotta go fast. One thing I'm really noticing is that the collectibles here have the wrong colors. Like what's dark is light and vice versa. That's what's confusing. Because one of those was a diamond, and it's just colored wrong. It's just plain colored wrong. So they didn't really quite. I think that heart, it's a heart colored wrong too, right? So these are like grapes colored wrong. They flopped the. They just got the colors wrong. Not a fan. The whole aesthetic is just confusing too. But how does that look in the ROM? It looks like what looks like. No. Something like this. Something like in reverse. So where were those grapes? And I really don't understand any of these creative decisions. They're really, really weird to me. There's monkey apparently. We didn't get to see the monkey. But where are those collectibles? Are they down here? Where were those grapes? Really? Oh, okay. This is the grapes. So I have a theory about the grapes. The white and blue should be swapped like that. Also true of, I think, this. I think I saw a heart or something. Let me just use the color swapper and swap some color. We'll see if that gets us any closer. This is already a pretty badly done hack, right? But you know what? I bet you he looks fine on a skateboard. All the skateboarding work seems okay. It seems like it's up to standard, to be honest. But it also looks like, yeah, sort of. All these creative choices are really strange to me. Like comparing these two things. And they've also swapped the colors with Sonic, which I think just confused them with a lot of what they were doing. Just, yeah, things just got swapped around color-wise. I'm going to reload this thing. And I want to see. Oh, that, I don't know what that is. These are grapes now. There. I said they were going to be grapes now, and they're grapes now. Okay. I want to see that diamond, which I think turns up there. Unless that was what I was thinking of. The NES has a limited amount of palettes. It's got 4 sprite palettes at any time. So you gotta be careful about what you're doing. See, I think that's better. I think we've improved this for what that's worth. You know, I think we made an improvement here. So this one I liked. This is the Boonie Bear. I liked his whole vibe. You know, the Boonie Bear. Let me see how the animation compares. Very similar. Very similar. The hands and legs do the same stuff. It's not as tall, actually. There's a couple of pixels of height that could be used. But yeah, I respect it. I respect what the Boonie Bear is putting down here. This might be a more correct palette. Oh, and there's the guy. There's like the bad guy down here, miscolored. But something like that guy. Let's interesting bit of design. We also got the minions. It's true. We did have to deal with minions and some mechanical stuff mixed in there. And Fruit Eater, which is maybe Super NES format. Yeah, I don't have the right palette or anything, so I don't know. You could play this in NintendulatorNRS, but I'm not going to do that right now. It does look like something's going on here. I don't know what the palette situation would be then. Yeah, I can sort of tell he's on a skateboard and so on. So. Well, what if I'm tempted. I'm actually tempted to. Where is it though? Tell you what. Yeah, let's do it. I'll show off a couple of these. Fruit Eater. Okay, so this is Fruit Eater. I don't think my input is set up. What's my input set up there? Let me just set up my. Oh, it's keyboard. Controller. I don't think it should be this difficult, but I'm not set up. Okay, so right, left, down, up, start, select. Okay, that should do it. Oh, I think I got the buttons reversed. Oh well. There you go. That's what they did with this in VTO3. So VTO3 hack. I think you can play these in NintendulatorNRS. These are bootlegs which hack NES games to use 16-bit graphics to seem less like NES games, basically. And you see a lot of bootleg consoles like this, and they're bad, unfortunately. The idea of putting 16-bit graphics on these things is pretty cool, but it's never done right, unfortunately. It's never done well by these people. You can also do HD graphics in the Mesen emulator, you can build an HDPack using PNG graphics. That's not what this is. These are like Super NES Mode 7 type graphics. The mode is similar to that anyway. And they've just kind of put 16-bit type graphics over the NES games. There's lots of examples of this sort of thing. I might as well show a few. Generally, people aren't that interested in these because they're bad, generally speaking. It's a generalization, but yeah, that's generally true that these are just bad bootlegs. Let me find a couple more. I should have brought more. That's garish. So this is using Sega Master System type graphics, it looks like. Something like that. At the very least, it's not Nintendo colors. So I was looking at this before, and I did notice that it wasn't like a straight. It's a larger. It was a larger ROM, very clearly, and the graphics weren't in quite the same place and seemed a little more complex. Yeah, this is more of a. It's more Master System-y, but it might be done with. I feel like this might be done with sprite overlays somehow to get more colors in. That's sort of what it looked like. I need to look at this again. At the ROM for that again, because that was. Yeah, this ROM is a little bit. Do you see how it seems like it has sprite overlays for extra colors or something? You know? I don't know. Like it seems like that's kind of what we're getting here. Like that there's just extra layers of sprites somehow. Huh. I don't exactly know how they pull that off. But let me, again, pausing. So like you can see, like if her smile is like that, then it's like an extra color, and that would normally be one. It sure feels like it. I think that's what they're doing. It's weird. Actually, I could hack this. Could do something with this. You can see that all the sprites have like 2 layers to them, and that's just, yeah. They all go on a little longer. Is that like a mode though that exists? Is that like a different mode, I wonder? Is there a mode that actually loads them like that? Maybe? 3 BPP? It looks Master System-y to me. That's not how it's loading, so just has that. Huh. 4 BPP. That looks right. This looks correct. Yeah, I think we've sussed it. I think we figured it out. It's a 4BPP 8x8. Interesting. I'd have to get the right palette. But yeah, this is what we're looking at. Is 4BPP 8x8. Oh, interesting. So you could hack this with whatever palette this is. Oops, I just accidentally. Oops, I just shifted the bits in a way that I shouldn't have, which confused. There we go. Does anything else load? Okay. So this loaded. So that must be the format. It still looks like something in NES mode, or it did. It's not working now, but it was. I need it back to this paletting. Something like this. So it sort of loads in NES mode like this, but I suspect that other mode is what we were actually looking for. Now, what was Maze Bomber was another of those fancy names. I wonder, is there any format that would actually we have the mode 7, that's right, it was a mode 7 type. I think that was the only one which even had the right look to it. Okay, so this was Maze Bomber. And he's an orange, I guess. And this is more 16-bit graphics hacked into this NES game. And sound as well, good lord. That's why the ROM is so big. But they did this, these were bootleggers who did this to make it seem less like an NES game, you know? And these exist for everything, pretty much. Maybe it's not the most exciting thing to show off, but I wanted to find a few. Oh, good lord, yeah. This is the Tower of Jiraga with 16-bit graphics and sound. And this is just something that bootleggers did to get a little more life out of these games on their bootlegs. Pretty nasty sound effects. I'm wondering what format is that? It's probably this mode 7 situation. Probably. Real hard to tell. under the circumstances. But yeah, I'm sure that's just the wrong, very wrong palette. We could maybe come up with something that would be right for the palette. The Druaga. Where is it? Yeah, Druaga is another NROM game, so there's only supposed to be 2 of these things. It's laid out in a 16 by 16 way, and it uses that trick. I see it uses that trick that I mentioned earlier, where if there's 2 black and white things, you just overlay them over each other so you can fit a whole, so that it looks like something different with different palettes. Looks like this, or it looks like something else. I bet you that's the Namco logo on some flyer. There, I got it. So there's your font. There's like Namco and some other effects, depending on what the palette is. They've done that little trick that you see sometimes. And most of these are laid out as 16 by 16s for some reason. That's a good palette for them. There's your hero. There's like, I think that's sword in and sword out, 2-frame walks, and some bad guys. And a key is there. So you could replace all these characters pretty easily, which people did do. This one was Card Captor Sakura. Let me make that more pink. So there you go, where they've replaced some of the lead character right there. Redrawn some other stuff. There's some of that whole situation. Yeah, there are lots of that sort of text there. I've got 2 copies of this. And Zelaga, which is Legend of Zelda themed, I see. Druaga and Zelda, you know, Zelda sort of perfected what Druaga was trying to do, or, you know, they were similarly themed. I don't know what this is. Like, this is something, and it's not used in Zelda. Or, you know, the hacks don't use this. That's interesting. You know, this is that's Zelda themed graphics set for this. A bit of hackery there. Let me see. So if you're not familiar, it's a very confusing game, purposely so. It was very big in the arcades. Yeah, that's about what it looks like. And here's the Zelda version. So they've brought in Link. Oh, I keep getting hit. I might be hitting the wrong button. I've not played much of the. There, yes, I was hitting the wrong button. Yeah, it's Link instead, which seems like an obvious thing to do. Why was I having trouble picking that up? I've not really played this game, so I'm aware of it. And we also have Sakura, because of course we do. We've gone ahead and changed the font, and it's all very pink, isn't it? It's all very pink. And the transparent quality, they're just using transparent instead of black, and I'm not liking that. I think they need to. They actually do need a dark color, I'm afraid, to really make this graphical trick work. Because you can just sort of see the. It's all very pink. You can just see through her, and that's not. That is something that's also true of the original, but it's not appropriate. And this Zelda one is mostly avoiding that. You got to respect that. Whereas, you know, this use of the transparent color is really pushing your luck. Quite frankly. It's probably cliche to talk about Super Mario Brothers, but you do want to talk about Super Mario Brothers, the most hacked game of all time, I would say. I'm trying to find the exact layout which works. You can get pretty far with 16 by 32 here. Like, there's your Marios right there. Your first few Marios just laid out for you. So that's pretty neat. But what you mainly want is forced eights. You want forced eights. Super Mario Brothers is considered the best NROM game. It's only 40 kilobytes, and it only uses 2 sheets of graphics, and it does a lot in that. It really pushes it. So when people hack it, there's always a question of, well, where do we even fit anything? You know, what graphics could we get rid of? And there's a few things you can get rid of, like these piranha plants right here. This is identical. Here's a tip for you: the piranha plant at the bottom middle here is identical. And the Hammer Brothers hammers you could make diagonal and save some stuff. There's a bunch of things that people do. You could force the Princess and Toad into the background. That can be done. You can lose certain letters of the alphabet, which is already happening here. I'm switching to normal mode here to get the right layout. You could lose some of these letters. A lot of people do that. And Here's something at the bottom here, which you probably know about. You probably know what the trick to that is, but they were so short on space with this game that they just they'd been I need to sip. I normally drink a lot of water and I don't talk. And now I'm talking and forgetting to drink water. I legit need to clear my throat. In Super Mario Brothers, they did something which is very rarely done. But they only had so much space for program, and so they fit the layout of the title screen into the last row and a bit, like a row and a quarter of the title screen right here in the graphics. This is the layout for the title screen as data at the very end of these graphics, which is not something you'd normally do. But they felt that they could spare the a few background tiles rather than anywhere else in the ROM, because it's just that tight with material. And Super Mario Brothers itself, the text on the title screen is also done in about 25 tiles, something like that. Not a lot of tiles. They do a lot with relatively little here. And you would be hard-pressed to find stuff that you could cut from Super Mario Brothers, but a lot of people have suggested things. Now, it's the most hacked game on the planet, and people have done really interesting stuff with it, of course, regardless, but it does become a bit of a cliche. Here's one called Frog Prince. I don't have the right palette for it, of course. I have to shuffle things around a little. I keep hoping I'll randomly find a good one for this. But I won't, because it needs to be like this. Actually, that's pretty close. Yeah, there's the frog. The Frog Prince character. I could show up some of these. And a panda. There's a panda. Let me see, something like that. So, panda. And Super Shrek Brothers apparently were your Shrek. So just a Shrek situation there. I guess we could just, yeah. But let's run a couple of these. Come on. Oh, right. There is a problem with FCEUX and Super Mario Brothers. I don't remember what it was, but I know I didn't fix it in time. So we're going to do this in the other one. They've actually changed a lot here. They've changed the font. This like Night Shrek is pretty stupid though, or whatever they're trying to do here. But they actually, you know, they put in more work than usual. These Goombas, I don't know. They just turn into regular Goombas when flattened also. But yeah, Shrek himself, you know, look at him go. He's got a certain appeal. He just says, "Get out of my swamp." So wait, my question is, what was the other stuff in this hack? Because I wasn't looking closely. Like, is there a Fiona and so forth? If normal. So the princess is around here. Yeah, it looks like there's part of a princess there. I don't know what that would actually look like. Where is the rest of the princess? I'm forgetting. It's she's around here somewhere anyway. I'm totally blanking, at least in this palette. Maybe I need the actual Super Mario Brothers palettes to really figure it out. I opened up the wrong one. But you know what? I'll allow it. I think Shrek himself is fine in this one. Let's see. Super Boy. He's, you know, I've seen worse. He's just doing his thing, you know. He's doing his thing. There have been some incredible hacks of Super Mario Brothers, a lot of which expand it into being more than an NROM game, so that you can include more graphics and music and stuff like that. But these are all NROM compliant. Nothing fancy has been done to these. And they just sort of replace the character, and it is what it is, I suppose. I like him though. He's just doing his thing. Pocket Marrow looks like almost the same thing, just with less going on, I suppose. But he's Pichu instead, actually. He's actually Pichu. So we got that going for us. Or we don't, because I knocked that the wrong way. If there's one thing that the NES doesn't do yellow well, but you do get a lot of like Pikachu and Pichu hacks. This is Pandamar. Who is a panda. I'm seeing like these potion things happening. His head ratio is all off. He needs more body and less head. I don't think that this is really peak design here, frankly. I'm not feeling it, and the white color scheme is also a bit much. This looks very similar to the other two, but I think it's different. I think we're going to get a toad, actually. Oh no, we're getting a different kind of mushroom. I was expecting Toad. I'll admit it, I was expecting Toad, but no, we're getting this very strange looking little fella. I respect it. I was surprised. If he's red, okay. He's sort of Goomba colored. I'll allow it. There aren't a lot of color palettes that you can have in this form, so I'll allow it. It's weird. You know, I respect it. I wonder what they're doing with the bosses in these, but I don't really feel like playing them for the extra like minute required to actually figure that out. I don't feel like playing them well either. Impossible Panda. Is this the same panda? Oh, no, this is a broken mix of hacks. This is Frog Prince. He's, his eye is all over the place. Kind of respect it, kind of respect it. And now he's just a guy. He's literally just a human being of some kind. I don't know. I like Belle in the Cocteau film. I preferred the Beast. You know, he could have stayed a frog. Hosted a puppet variety show of some kind. I think. It's amazing how many of these just sort of turn into MC Kids. You know, the McDonald's game, which had kind of generic kids in the Mario role. That's what I'm feeling. This is like, could be like a bad comic strip that launched in the 90s, you know? Well, not bad, like kind of a mid-level, you know, I'm thinking mid-level quality, but sort of like a Big Nate situation. I am looking for a reason. I need to go into the sampler again. This one is called Gyro the Hedgehog 2, which I bet you can guess what game this Super Mario Brothers hack is based on. I think he's. I don't think he's the fastest thing alive, but I think he's doing his best. I remember I was thinking of doing something with this because there was like there've been a couple different Sonic hacks of Mario 1, and I think some of them did things differently than others. Where's the hell's a mushroom though? Why couldn't I didn't go fast enough? The thing with it would have really helped this game also if this pose just doesn't work on Sonic with like the arms down. You see how his arms are down when he's idle because some of Mario's poses are mirrored to save tiles. But this is the sort of thing you want to fix in a hack so that you can do slightly fancier things with the graphics. If you want a Mario 3 Mario, you can't actually mirror Mario's idle. So you've got to save a few tiles somewhere. As I said, one of the piranha plant animations is actually duplicated. You can move Peach and Toad to the background. Maybe there are things you can do to save tiles here and there. I think these rings look very mirrored. I forget if the originals are mirrored. They're probably mirrored also. You can mirror certain things to save tiles so that it's just like do I have rewind? I'm playing very badly because I'm not taking it seriously at all. But I do have rewind. I just want to see what happens when it gets big. It seems like you don't. Do I need to edit a mushroom into this, or is he just not? Are they avoiding mushrooms? I'm annoyed that Gyro is not getting big. I'm gonna say it. His colors are also reversed. We could fix that. We could fix that very easily. But there was another hack, as I recall, which did a lot of. There've been a few Sonic games also. Like there's Samari, which has been hacked into Sonic the Hedgehog, and the Espinetton games. And Sonic Mall, which is done as a joke by the same Mojin twins. But here we are, finally. And now I'm stuck. I gotta break this. That's weird. He turns into, I remember this now, he turns into a gyro. And I don't think you need that at all. I think you could lose those tiles and instead make his, I don't like that his idle pose is mirrored either. Like, this looks like he's buff. I need to swap his colors. I don't like that he's a gyro. I get that that's the character, that he's a gyro, but oh, I screwed up here. I think I need to land on that spring, or not. I need to land on that spring a few times, I think, actually. I'm just going to rewind it until I get it right. But I don't like that he's a gyro when he jumps. I'm just going to say it. You know what I'm saying? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? I could reverse these colors. But, you know, otherwise he has a certain Sonic quality. Just the fact that he's a gyro, I don't know. He's an original character. We shouldn't steal. Is his palette unique? Like, the enemies are like the same thing almost, but not quite. Gives you weird clouds too. Everyone knows that the clouds and the bushes are the same, but you know, they're both a little weird here. I don't know if they. What's with that invisible block? Just a lot of these. Was it called crab meat? Was that what the character was called? Did I need to get a running start? I want to get a firefly. Do I ever get a firefly? I don't know. But see, I think you could save a bunch of tiles by just not having him do the gyro thing. In this case. And I also don't get why he has. Let me look at that again, because there's something weird going on with that frame. Like, why does he have that happening? Why is that his pipe climbing situation? it's got a certain charm. It's got a certain charm. The flag situation, I don't know. But yeah, I think you could lose. I'm gonna look at this in a different way for a second. Look at these sprites. See, I think you could lose these tiles. You'd lose 4 tiles from his jump, and you'd be fine. And if you did that, you could do more with his idle pump. I don't know who you'd be saving either. Is this Tails? Looks suspiciously like Tails. Could be Sally or something. Suspicious. This feels like the right pattern. It's a little more sensible. These first couple. Okay, I'm just going to do a quick quote-unquote fix. Now, I wonder. Well, let's just see. Reload this. I did want to know about that weird. This. What is this? What is this whole situation? Why is this the way it is? Why did they make it that way? This. I don't get it. I do not get this bit of design at all. It feels censored. Yeah. Let me just paste it the regular thing. But, yeah. So let's reload. And now I suspect that this is more what they were going for. You know what I'm saying? Is it running too fast or my speed? I don't know. I feel like it was running too fast. Poor performance. Normal. I think this is more. These characters could have the same palette too. They absolutely could. I don't think you would really need a different palette for them. Could be rounder. The jump could be rounder. I'm used to a round Sonic jump. I just want to get big again. There's the big Sonic. Very, very stingy about upgrades. Well, that's weird. It looked like there was still a Mario butt there somewhere. Oh, there sort of is. I didn't fix this, which would have fixed the issue. Okay. Well, that's just experimenting. It's fine. Just experimenting. I do think giving him the right colors immediately helps. Just gonna say it. Memory served. This was the upgrade. The gyro looks weird when it's like this, but right. This the spring that I forget how to use. Don't mind me. Being bad at a game I've played a million times. I don't know. Ain't that the way of it though. I'm just gonna keep rewinding until come on. Normal, the 1-1 wouldn't do this to me. Why? I give up. Yeah, I should fix this little situation. Also. I say fix, just fucking with it a little bit. I forgot what I was doing. This to this, this to this. Yeah. That's I forget, where are the princess graphics in the normal one? I've never quite. Let me get a palette that works. It's this. There's some princess there. And then there. Okay. That's part of a princess. You could God, where I'm blanking. That's part of the is this the wrong pattern? I feel like this shouldn't be this confusing. Is there a pattern where this makes a little more sense? This feels more like it, but okay. Princess. Completely blanking on it. I should be doing this on stream. Sorry. I just wanted to compare it to Lisa. Oh, she's here. This is the other one down there. It's something like that. So the gyro the hedgehog would look like this. It's tails, I think. It's going to be tails. Probably. But which one was her address again? Oh, I remember seeing it, but I'm blanking. I could just beat Super Mario Brothers. People do it in 5 minutes. But see, that's Toad. That's all of Toad is right there. There's a million things that look this. Okay, it was right like this. Okay. I think it's Rouge the Bat. Oh my god. That might literally be Rouge the Bat. That's like bat wings, you know? Huh. Huh. Well then. Well then. I need to sneeze. We have no viewers, huh? Or am I streaming properly? Am I on? Am I just, yeah, I don't know. Don't think I actually have any viewers right now. I think I'm on, I just think that nobody's watching. Oh, it's fine. You can watch it later if you want to. There's one that I like also. Again, I'm going to have to switch to this. I recall there's two versions of this, and I think one of them expands it beyond NROM and the other doesn't, and this is the one that doesn't. I should actually start playing correctly. But this is Lady Opera and SWF Panic, which has a little female protagonist there. And a fairly well done one for what it is. The animation's fine, and note that the idle pose isn't mirrored. So take that, Gyro the Hedgehog. See that? She's also always big, I think. That might explain things a little, except when she dies. Do I get an upgrade here? There you go. So what that might make you ask is, what did they do with the graphics to make that work in that way? It's a bit like that. I think they save a bit by not, they just don't do a small, and a lot of these seem almost like repeats, but they're not, are they? There's differences. A little bit of animation. Well, that's the same. This hair is different, but that's basically the same. You don't need to. Yeah, if you've got any tiles which are the same in Super Mario Brothers, you gotta watch yourself. You should really. I'm gonna find out. Let's see. Do this. So this Lady Opera. I'm going to remove duplicates. So yeah, we've got a lot of duplicates here, which you don't need. So you would have more space. Yeah. Have to mess around with it a little more, but you could free up that much space. There you go. Absolutely could. Interesting font too, and just an interesting general sense of design. Can I undo what I just did? I don't know who they're rescuing. Would it be? Hate to do that bullshit again that I just did, like trying to figure out where the princess was. But there seem to be 7 saves. There are wings there? I don't get it. I don't see a princess. I don't think there is a princess. There's snails. And a bear, maybe? And the monkey from Doki Doki Panic, I think, which I used in mine too. That's just something that people do. I don't know how rearranged this is. To what extent? To what extent could you just paste this into Mario Brothers? Let's find out. Test. I should probably do more with this, to be honest. What's the other upgrade? I do get fireballs, right? You see, that's the monkey from Doki Doki Panic, and I use that in I think in the cobbler hack also. That is something that I did. I'm barely paying attention to playing games. So. I like that mushroom though. There's some design going on. These clouds and bushes are not the same thing. You could save on these tiles though and do more. You could. I should maybe start cheating a little more so that I know what I'm like. I've been streaming all day. I'm tired. Do I get another? Oh no, you just do a block. Okay. Save state. Because I want to see more what my test was. See, it's underground, but they made it even more outdoorsy, actually. Those are just piranha plants. Come on. Literally just piranha plants. I just want to get a firefly, and then I can be good. Oh, she gets wings. She could have used wings just then. I just don't want to scroll it off the screen. I did. If you go that way, you scroll it off the screen. It's how would I? She doesn't change color again, but she does get fire. So there you go. Did that monkey had a unique death animation, huh? Yeah. Monkey had a unique death animation. That's interesting. So you could do more of that. If you, so you've got a few duplicate tiles. Okay. Kind of hard just to know from color whether you've got fire or not. I guess you do remember. Oh, that's one of those falling platforms. So I've Shiru. Okay. Moody colors. Actually has an underground theming all of a sudden. They might have retained the underground colors for these items from Super Mario proper. Otherwise, there's some good use of palettes here. You do a lot with 4 colors. Per block. Let's see. So I'm gonna lose that. I guess I'll go through and see what their equivalent of the thing is. Yeah, kind of a nice aesthetic, a lot of dithering. Makes it seem more like its own thing. Let's see. What was that missile? Supposed to be. Looks like a bad movie. I'm just gonna keep dying there. Okay. So I actually need to pay attention to what I'm doing. Oh, is that like a cat bed? What the hell is that? That's not even the same shape as Bowser. That's interesting. I guess I have to keep going. Yeah, they reshaped Bowser. Let's see. A lot of new color palettes and everything, which I guess was always true. Like they had winter palettes in the original. But yeah, nice to see them keep doing that. Anyway, I did want to see this test of the normal Super Mario Brothers, seeing whether it would work, and it probably doesn't. But let's see. Yeah, you know what? She's kinda... I'm seeing some glitching. But not much. Not as much as you'd think. There's... Oh, her idle pose. That's what it is. Her idle pose is almost the only problem. That's... Is that what her duck looked like? Good lord. See, she's got a white thing going on now. So yeah, actually this is pretty similar to, apart from the idle pose which got fixed, this is pretty similar to Maya in terms of layout. So you can pretty much replace Mario. It's interesting. Of course, the real people want to play as Peach and Daisy instead, and that's something I thought about doing. I didn't actually get round to it. But you'd want to do something similar to this, but you'd want to do it with Peach and Daisy. I've seen some hacks which don't quite. There's a lot of different takes on this sort of thing. But one definite issue. Slightly naive art style here for some reason. But like if you're using the Super Mario Brothers 2 Peach, she's not that animated. I got it and I rewound. I'm just trying to catch this stupid thing. There. See, she's not very. She doesn't have like leg animation. She just has this 2-frame thing. So it's not quite what you actually want. I think they made her eyes bigger too or something. I do not know how you would do that. I'm sure there's a trick to it. Very naive looking Goomba. And Koopas that are like Mario Brothers Koopas and make a little too much use of transparency. It's kind of odd. There you go. Now she can throw. That's clever. She throws radishes or turnips because it's Mario 2. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. There's like lots of sort of feats you've got to do in this one. I'm not really ready for feats on Kaizo. I don't even like these springs, but whatever. Yeah, but it's basically Mario 2 Princess, which isn't really what you want. You actually want her legs to work, like Lady Operas do, or like some versions of Peach that I've known to. There is a Peach version, I don't know if I have it here. Probably. Which uses more of a Super Mario Brothers 1 style. She doesn't look like she did in Super Mario Brothers 1, but it's like similar. Oh, does that mean that the fire bars are turnips now? That is stupid, but that's, you know, that's the price you pay, I guess. These Koopas are just too small and dumb looking now. Yeah. There's a purposeful naivety to the naivete to the sprite work here, which is interesting. It's also just exactly Mario 2 Peach, which you want her her feet to be working in this context, I think. Well, I needed to do like a runner off of that. Okay. It's interesting though. And they bothered to change the music, which an NROM hack usually doesn't. Like, it's hard to change music on the NES anyway. And keeping it within the original sound driver and 40 kilobytes is tricky. And they did bother to do it this way. So that's fair. There was a Mario Hebereki hack, which did something like that too. Which music. and like a balloon fight Mario also. I am not convinced by these little Koopas though. Do they use less tiles? How do I even bounce off of them to make this work? Oh, Christ. Oh, I don't know. I would have to. I don't know. I got another one that's like this too. What is the fuck on? See, I think that's a combination actually. Well, I can play it as Super Mario 2. Let's see. I think this is a combination of two hacks of a Super Mario Brothers 2, but also with Peach as the sprites. And so this is more like if Peach were drawn in Mario's style from Mario 1. So I don't know if it's as appealing, but you can see how it would work. And I think this has been hacked too. I don't have a good memory of what Super Mario Brothers 2 Japan is like, the Lost Levels. But clearly this has that graphics and probably those levels is what they're going for. Yeah. Yeah, but clearly it's got the Mario 2 graphics anyway, at the very least. But I really want to show her getting big, so maybe I should have stuck to the regular hack rather than... Okay. I want to show her getting big. Mario has a 3-frame walk cycle in these. She also she's got the mirrored idle pose that Mario does, which is something that you want to kind of work on. That's what she would look like if I wasn't immediately fucking dying because it's Mario 2. Is there a way to even get that? Or is it just Mario 2 being Mario 2? I'm going to try it one more time. Do I really have to wait? I want to show this off. I honestly don't know if there's a way to get it or if it's just Mario 2 being Mario 2. There you go. So again, there's an idle, mirrored idle pose. And she's sort of naively drawn, but it's very much drawn the way that Mario is drawn, or that Kid Cool is drawn. Like, you could hack Kid Cool into this very easily. Let's bring back Kid Cool for a second. Like this stuff, which is the same as Psycho Fox on the Master System, and DecapAttack. But he's got the Mario run cycle, very much so. Yeah, it's just not, it's pretty good. Like, this is basically what you need. But I think there's an in-between. I think you could, it's cool though, it's pretty good. Only maybe slightly too naive. These fucking things. I do not know if this is exactly Super Mario Brothers 2 Lost Levels. I do not maybe have the patience for that game, so I'm not sure for sure. I think I would get trolled if I did this though, right? In Mario 2. Oh. I wasn't even expecting that. It would just stop. Huh. It's tough. Fucking. But yeah, that's this version of Peach, anyway. And that's like the Mario 2 graphics. Which which are different. I'm sure you've noticed. I think All Night Nippon Super Mario Brothers also, which is like the official ROM hack, was like that too. Oh, this fucking shit. I hate it. I don't feel like I'm a little bit food deprived, and I'm just supposed to be demonstrating how to do a ROM hack, but instead I'm going through the list of stuff that I didn't go through earlier. So can I run? Oh, it's too hard to switch back and forth between B running and not. Please. Oh, Gooby, please. Why am I not running? I don't seem to be running, so I don't know. That might be that. I don't seem to be running. Okay, there's this. So I'm just getting through my list. This is called the Modern Classic Edition, which there was also a Zelda like this, so it must be the same creator. There's a lot of Marios like this, which, oh, he's got the mirrored idle pose. It does not work great. Yeah. But otherwise, Mario 3/Mario 2 Mario here. I'm not convinced by the palette either. They didn't change the palette. Yeah, they're along the right lines. They've done something different with the Goombas. They're a little cuter. Probably trying to be more like the chestnuts from Super Mario World. But yeah, there's a lot of hacks like this that do a Mario 3 Mario and Mario 1 to some extent. And I've kind of wanted to do my own just to sort of show, okay, these are tiles you could free up, you know, and these are extra things that you could leave open to doing. Because it is a very tight fit, so that's why people leave it with the mirrored idle pose and stuff like that. But it's weird though. I mean, look at that, little weird from Mario 3 Mario. And I think if you have a non-mirrored idle pose, which we did see in Lady Opera, you get a long way with it. And that allows for further hacking. But you also see how they've done more Mario 3 type things with the tile set. That is not a Mario 3. Oh, I see why the color scheme is that way now. Don't like it though. It needs to be blue. To be honest, this version of Mario needs to have some blue on. Instead of that, that brown, which really fades into the background in that first one. And yeah, this is just Mario 1 roll, so I'm happy. But there was another one like this, which that is not a mirrored idle pose. It's just literally Mario 3 Mario. That might be... They didn't make a lot of other changes. But, yeah, look at that. They must have freed up a couple of tiles here and there so that they could do a little more. We could figure that out, what tiles they freed up. I don't think they changed anything else, and I'd like to check the ROM actually. It doesn't look like they changed anything else, but it's a non-mirrored idle pose, which does put it a step above the previous hack just for that. But the previous hack changed a lot more in the tile stuff also. Now, if you look at enough of these, just doing one thing feels a little long, but still, it's a good one thing. It's got like a backwards climbing down thing too, which the Princess Peach one also had. So yeah, we got that going for us. I'd like to look at this ROM a bit. Also, he's against black, so that's a problem on that background. Yeah, you got to make him blue, I think, instead of black. It's just something you got to deal with. This Fire Mario palette is fun. I need to sneeze. Okay. But yeah, I'd like to look at the ROM of this. Is there something playing? I thought I heard music, but no. Okay. So I'd like to look at those last two a little bit. To figure out the correct palette. What if I just reset it so I get the palettes right? I'm gonna look at the palette and copy. Basically, it's like this one. That wasn't difficult to do, the Mario. Anyway, so comparing these two, this is the one that doesn't have the mirrored idle. So they absolutely could have mirrored this. That's weird. Huh. Could have mirrored this specifically. What are they doing? What are they doing? They process his walk in a different way. Huh. I gotta say, I feel like this one, even though it fucked things up, is handling tiles much better. By fucked things up, I mean it doesn't have, it has a mirrored idle, but this one, to accomplish that, it looks like it's missing a whole Mario head, which is not acceptable, and it's doing I want to say it's mirroring stuff that it doesn't need to mirror. Like, why do you need these tiles? These are identical to these tiles. Why do you need these tiles? Unless you weren't able to mirror things, and so that's the. And what is this even for? Like this top of the head bullshit. That's interesting that he's shorter. He's shorter than regular Mario, huh? I guess that's just true. There's a lot of similarities, but the yeah, I feel like I would start from here rather than here. For one thing, they've done the rest of the game also, but you could free up some tiles. Like, again, these are the same tile. Like right here, this is the same fucking tile. You have options. Not a lot, but you have options. He's so what did they do about the? This guy doesn't have a climbing pose, though, does he? Pretty sure he doesn't, because I see that and I don't see that. Yeah, he's just got the regular climbing pose rather than like a backwards pose. That's interesting. Is this the same as this? You do not need these tiles. This is the same tile. You do not need these tiles. This is the same tile. Is he's shorter than Super Mario Brothers Mario though, isn't he? Isn't he? Because Super Mario Brothers is this tall, isn't he? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this guy's just 5 pixels shorter. Okay. Yeah, well, that's wild. So what you actually have to do, you gotta make him taller, don't you? Huh. That. I do not know about that. Yeah, he's just shorter. That's interesting. So you could do more with him. Like, you could absolutely do a taller Mario. Yeah. You really gotta watch out for reused tiles, like tiles that are identical and like you don't, What you can do, I already showed this, but import a NES file, right? Let's look at the modern classic edition. Find duplicates. Sorry. Remove duplicates. Kind of a lot. It's kind of a lot. Why are there so many of these? You got a row of duplicates. How did you get a row of duplicates? How did that happen? It's these ears. It's these fucking ears and hats. Right. It's fucking... You got a whole row. You really do. You've got a whole entire row that you could use to give Mario more animations. So that's where I would start. I'd have to figure out what those duplicates are exactly. But this is a whole version of Mario that is functional. Where's the princess in this? I guess here, and here, and like here. That's a different palette. Ain't that some shit? Like, I can't even spot them, but there's a whole row of duplicates here, and Mario's not tall enough. So that's what you'd want to do, really, if you're doing the design. I'd have to find them specifically. I bet you there's a lot more duplicates here than there are in the Super Mario Bros. You could find out. Not unused, sorry, not remove unused, remove duplicates. I've got one. I told you this piranha leaf. But yeah, the original Mario, I keep hitting the wrong thing, has one duplicate. It's this leaf. But that's a start. That is a start. You can free up some more as well. There are things you can do. And as I said, Toad and the Princess, you could maybe move to background. They, let me see. How about backgrounds? What is the deal with that? Yeah, there is a duplicate. Duplicates. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to say there's 3 duplicates in the background. I forget which there is, but yeah, there's 3 duplicate tiles in the backgrounds, and you don't need all those letters either, probably. So that's where you would start. I've been streaming for a long time. So if we were doing that, that's where you would start. I'm gonna get something to. I'm gonna get some more water. Oh, I opened up a lot of these, but these are some Mario All-Stars, Mario 3s from Super NES. These are some. I didn't get the right palette for them, sorry, but that's some Mario All-Stars, Mario 3 sheets. Yeah. Let me get some to drink quick and I'll be back. I'm going to mute it also. Okay, so unmuting. We're streaming. Been streaming for like 6 hours, I think. I haven't eaten, and I'm hungry and kind of delirious, and it's showing, so I should probably eat some. Streaming for no one live, but it's the principle of the thing when I'm streaming. Excuse me. I do have Pringles. I'm tempted to eat some Pringles. So this is from the ROM to Super Mario All-Stars for Super NES. This is Luigi in Mario 1, I think, or Lost Levels. The palette is wrong. I didn't bother to get the right palette. This is Mario from the same thing. But as you can see, it's pretty straightforward. They use this is Super Mario 2 All Stars, which looks very similar to regular Mario 2, suspiciously so. But in the Super NES era, they were a lot less concerned about space. As you can see, there's lots of like empty space and this and that, and blank tiles and whatnot, because they could use a lot more pages in the 16-bit era. So it's sort of easier to see what's going on a 16-bit tile sheet. But even so, you get the idea. If you could redraw these, you can redraw All-Stars, which is not something people do very often. People don't touch All-Stars very often. They touch World, but they don't really do All-Stars. I'm eating Pringles. This was something that Lucas Sisto did. And I think this is what you'd actually want. This is like the 3-frame Mario 1 walk cycle, basically, for All-Stars. He only posted about this once, and I feel like stealing this and doing it. I really do. Or something like it. I don't think that even though Super Mario Brothers is the most hacked game of all time, I don't think that the definitive like Mario 3 style hack has actually been done. From what we've just seen anyway, Mario needs to be taller, and I think you do need to take the 3-frame run cycle into account like this. I think is a better way to do it. And with Peach also needs like a 3-frame walk cycle, which you do get in Lady Opera and the Peach edition, but you don't get in the Super Mario Brothers 2 style. You don't get that. She's just got a 2-frame walk cycle like everybody does. This is called Donald Magic. It is a hack of Burger Time, except it stars Ronald McDonald. I think you could do something with this. Burger Time sprites are very small, but I like the idea of involving Ronald McDonald. That's kind of amusing. Burger Time is not the same with the D-pad either. It's sort of a joysticky game. It was popular on like Intellivision. But these burger patties with the green on them are not something we should actually have. But I do like the idea of involving Ronald. It's a small sprite, but you do get the idea. He's using a couple of palettes, which is fine if the enemies also use the same palette, like the Flag Eye Goblins here, but yeah. Anyway, it's a good idea for a hack involving him. And you also got the new title screen as Ronald on it. Nothing incredible, but Burger Time is, it's an early game. It's an NROM game. They've done their thing with it. I'm going to look at the ROM real quick. Is this? It is. It's in like 16 style. That's odd. There's your Ronald. There's a lot of blank space. I'm surprised. I didn't really expect that much blank space. And these enemies are all just very small. They're two blocks. They're two tiles. All these Fry Guys. I think you need more variety than the Fry Guys. I think you might need to bring back the original Duders. Yeah. But also those burger patties are not appetizing with the green on them. I'm just gonna say, not good. That was always a problem with Burger Time. One thing you can notice here is that the lettuce is just one color. It's literally just one color of lettuce. You could maybe do better than that, but it's all kind of got to be the same palette, and you only have 3 colors to choose from. So there's the light brown, the brown, and the green. Maybe the light brown could be more yellow. That's the only thing I could think of, but then you might kind of lose the grip of your burger situation. But I want to compare this to the original or to another hack. So let's look at another hack. This is Burger Time Redrawn, which has done something to me. Yeah, so this is, they've done something different. And it's pretty good. pretty good. What they've done here. So let's look at the ROM of that. I think I need to look at this in 16 mode, oddly. I'm gonna need a different palette. Actually, I don't know what palette yet, but let's. Okay, so let's do this as white. This can be that metal. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, that's about right. Okay, so that's one of our palettes. If we compare this to Donald Magic, let's see. Similar situation. All of the I hadn't noticed that the bad guys were so thin. You know, but they are wieners here and eggs and pickles. So I guess they are what they are. Yeah, and I think these are still better enemies maybe for Ronald than the Frog guys. Otherwise, you do have a lot of empty space in this game. One does notice. Well, the title screen, I'd like to see McDonald's. It's probably just like normal mode. I think will look best for this. So yeah, pretty much the same thing where they've filled in McDonald's over the data east and burger time. They put Ronald McDonald over the burger time. And you have a lot of empty space, actually, in the original Burger Time. Like a suspicious amount of empty space. Which feels like 16:9 mode. Yeah. Feels like 16:9 mode. But there's entire... That might be what's actually happening. It might actually be 16:9 mode, which is resulting in these empty spaces. What would Mesen have to say about that? Because that's weird. I need to find out if it's actually running in that mode or if it's just designed that way, because that's weird. And that's something I would really have thought. If so. Okay, so I'm pausing this. That's Nametable, Sprite viewer. It's 16:9 mode. I didn't, sorry, not 16:9 mode, 8:16 mode. Christ, I did not know that about Burger Time. Huh. So that explains a lot, actually, about why the graphics are the way they are. Now in 8:16 mode, you can pull sprites from both pages. So that does say a lot about how the burgers are maybe handled. Although who knows? Because they definitely duplicate the burgers and everything on both pages. So what happens when I, do the thing? Like, are these sprites right now? They are sprites right now. Okay. Easy answer. When they're falling, they're sprites. Understood. And this version, this mirroring is not actually mirroring because it's like what it was. It's a little different. Yeah, so those are sprites, and that's why it's the way they are. Okay. I see. Sprite index 8. Understood. Tile index 8 and 91. Okay. 8 8F. I bet you that's what this is. I forget exactly how this thing is designated, but I bet you that's what's happening here. So that's why there's empty space, because these all need an extra blank row right below them. That's interesting. Not what I would have expected, but yeah, that's there for a reason. But the last bit of it I don't think is. Just for the record. There's a lot of duplication, I would say, also. Like, why is... This is when they're stacked up on top of each other, but I just mean this. Is this... Oh, it's not. Huh. There is some difference between these. Not a lot, but some. Oh, this is like when you're walking along it and it sort of like looks nibbly. Okay, I see. So these are all, I say different, but it's not. It's not different. Why is that? It's not different. This is the same thing. This is different. So these two are the same. Oh, I don't know. But this is empty space. Like, this has got to just be empty space here. That's so weird though. This isn't. So this isn't empty space. This bit. It's basically a duplicate. No, it's not. This is basically a duplicate. This is. But this is not empty space. Okay. But this is, at the very end, right here, is empty space, which the Donald Magic, pack fills in with some additional material. Okay. Understood. There's your breakdown. Yes. I'm sorry. It's pretty tedious. Oh, I like that. It's got a little McDonald's shake or something. The reason I'm doing this is because you do sort of examine what your ROM is like before you do a hack. You want to see, do I have the space to do a little more with the title screen, which we do. We do have like 11 more tiles here, 10 or 11 more tiles, and probably more, because, oh god, like, look at this fucking, yeah, look at this fucking, I think ASCII font. Nobody needs this. You don't need a yen sign and all these, yeah, you don't need this at all. In burger time, you kidding me? This font? Christ. No, yeah, this is a total waste. It's a very weird W also. That's a really weird W. Never seen one like that. But yeah, you don't need all this shit. I would be surprised if burger time uses much in the way of text anyway. you definitely don't need all those symbols. So that would be a start. So you could do something a little fancier with that. What you can do in this is you can mask unused graphics. In FCEUX, you can mask some unused graphics. And the battery on my mic is going to run out. I've been streaming so long. You can mask unused graphics. And so if you play through it, you can kind of maybe figure out which text is actually used, or you can go through the ROM, because it's a pretty small ROM, and see what text is maybe used. Let's look at that. So you would find out which letters you don't even need, but you don't need all those symbols. Good Lord. Let me look at this. Because it's ASCII text, you do see stuff like right there. It says 1 player, 2 players, Data East USA, licensed by Nintendo. I did not need a table file to do that. This is just ASCII text. And you know it's ASCII text because of where it is. It starts around 20, which 20 would be a space. But if your ABCs start at 21, then that's ASCII text, which any hex editor can read natively. You don't have to draw up any sort of situation. That also means dumb stuff like this, where they've added all the punctuation and symbols that you don't actually need, including like a yen symbol. It's like, come the fuck on. Data East USA, licensed by Nintendo, Game Over, Data East. So you'd be able to find all the text in here. It would be better to make a table file though, because that would remove false positives. Right now my eyes are kind of glazing over trying to figure this out between symbols and shit. So we could make a table, and then you'd sort of figure out. Maybe you'd have an easier time seeing what's there and what isn't. But I don't think there's a lot of text in this game. It's not an RPG, so you don't need all those symbols. So if you were trying to do something different with Burger Time. Now I don't know how much space that title screen even takes up, actually. So that could be a problem. If the title screen name table is only drawn to be this big, but I think you would have a lot of space on the name table, because look at all this text, right? So you could put more graphics where the text is, I would say, which is probably also where the name table is, which would be around 570 in the ROM. So let me look at this. It'd be pretty early in the ROM. It's probably lit up now. There you go. So let me unload a table file. So there's something going on here. See something. Might be, I don't know how much. Deco. Data East Company says right there. Where's the tag? I would be curious. I'm going to look at the Nametable viewer. DCDDDED. DCDE. DCDDDF. What is that? That's your Burger Time font. And it's not finding it, but it's here. I must not have clicked on the right thing. I don't know why it's not finding it. DC, did I mistype? DDDE. Oh, I did. I did mistype. So it's here. So whatever you have to do, it's here. But yeah, I think you could do it in the space provided. Like there's a whole row of something blank here. So I think you could do more with this title screen. Like there's a whole blank row there also. In the code there. So that's, yeah. So if you were doing Burger Time, you could get a little fancier with it maybe. I don't know how exciting that is, but you could get a little fancier with it. I just knocked one of the microphones. Close. What if I ate something? For real, what if I ate something? Wouldn't that be funny? So this is Sonic the Hedgehog improvement. This is a hack of Somari, which was a bootleg, which was basically Mario in Sonic the Hedgehog world on the NES. And this is what fans have done with it, is turn it into Sonic the Hedgehog. Now I think this is actually the same size as Mario, so it's like, it looks like that hack of Gyro the Hedgehog in Super Mario. It is missing Scrap Brain Zone, I believe, and there's evidence of that they worked on Scrap Brain Zone, the bootleggers originally, but didn't include it. And that's something that people were working on at one point, maybe still will. Yeah, they've improved this a lot, because Somari was not that great, but this has been brought more up to standard. But I think he's also the size of Mario, so maybe you could actually use this Sonic and that crab meat and that sort of thing in Mario, like the way Gyro the Hedgehog was doing. I think you could. I think these are the same size. You couldn't have as much animation, but I think you could do. A lot of work has been put into this hack over the years by various people. So this is Sonic the Hedgehog improvement. And yeah, it shows. It's definitely a better experience than Somari, which had Mario and was jankier, but this does feel more like it should. It looks more like it should. microwaving some food. I don't care anymore. I need some food. But yeah, I think if you were doing Sonic and Super Mario Brothers, you could take a little more influence from this even. I am microwaving some food. I need to eat something. I've been streaming for a very long time. But let's look at that. Let's look at the ROM. Should switch these colors around a little maybe. What would a good, what some good colors be? Anyway, so there's your Sonic. Does this fit into a different pattern? Probably not. I think normal is correct here. I think that's normal is the right pattern for this ROM. So it gets a little complicated, not the easiest to look at. But there's a lot happening here. Sonic has a lot of animation. It takes place over many different pages. See that there's recurring elements here, but that Sonic's whole animation takes like 4 pages, which is pretty neat. These backgrounds you're going to view in 16 mode, I see, because they're like 16 blocks, which is fair enough. That's interesting though. Were those sprites? What sprite mode are we in? It's Sonic himself. Give me a second. It's Sonic. Ah, yeah, see, 16. The backgrounds are laid out like 16 by 9, but sorry, 8 by 16. But yeah, it's just 8 by 8 tiles for the sprites. And the backgrounds are not in 16 mode, but they're just laid out that way for some reason. Which happens with some of these developers. You know, all these backgrounds, if you were editing these backgrounds, it just looks like that. There's just a lot going on there. There's some flickies. It's like some rabbit flickies and some not flickies. It's weird though. Those are like in 16 mode laid out. I don't know why. There's little penguins and squirrels. Flickies and little monkey and eagle. They, you know, they're doing a lot. They put a lot of work into these things. Seal. This which is also a bird or penguin. I don't know. Okay, so this has got to be in normal mode. Yes. Okay. So I'm viewing this in normal mode. There's Sonic for the title screen. And it's it animates. It's got a few different. Oh, yeah. It uses 3 different pages to do the water animation. Even though it looks like just color cycling, it's not. You could do more than this actually. There is some non-color cycling type stuff going on. There's your font. That's an interesting font. It's a very Sonic font, like the italic font. And then there's a more NES font there. Is this in 16? Yeah, that is. Pretty much. Yes. letters are laid out kind of like that. It's got to be an error. Like these letters are sort of laid out in 16 mode visually. So it's this, which is like the casino. It's got to be normal. Oh. Is that more? Oh, I bet you that's another frame of the waterfall thing that they threw in there. Okay. And there's, yeah, these are all like in the 16 mode. There's Mario, which has probably unused. There's some flickies. It's like all in 16 mode. Those backgrounds. But they're not actually in 16 mode backgrounds. It's just laid out that way for whatever reason. Robotnik and Sonic. I get like 2 of Sonic for some reason. Game it. And some of their flickies were like fat bears or something. Whatever that is, which I think is a placeholder. Background. I was looking at them in the wrong mode. This is in normal mode now, but there's some bits of background, some filler. Interesting. Is this for the ending? These look like miniature versions. It looked like a miniature version of Greenhill. Hack by the Jabu, I think. Like an overlay for Sonic's fame. And filler and some data. Somari team presents. Set at one point. And Dr. Robotnik. A couple different forms with some flickies. More Robotniks. Different levels. Very nice. Rabbit flicky and a gorilla flicky. This feels more like the Sonic Adventure 2 Chow Garden. Just a lot of work. Some data in there too. A lot of empty space though. That's weird. And a lot of empty space for some reason here in the middle. Yeah, a lot going on. It's a big ROM, I'm sure. It's 768 kilobytes. It's funny that there's all this empty space here. Could probably do something with that. My microwave is beeping occasionally because it's obnoxious. Let me look. This is Super Troll Islands. I'm looking for a mode that will display these graphics. That looks promising. So this, 2 of these look pretty promising. I do have an emulator state for Super Troll Islands. It's probably, so it would be, I used the ZSNES emulator and saved the state. So there, yeah, that's the right color palette for the troll's body, if not the hair. I was looking at Super Troll Islands. No, it's crap. Because this would be a funny hack, because there was a Mr. Blobby game for computers, for Amiga, which is the same game. So I wanted to see, you know, could you put Mr. Blobby back into this very cursed game? Anyway, if you look through it, here's some walking dudes. This is Super Troll Island for Super NES. Various troll walk cycles and creatures and bullshit like that. Some of which have the right palette, and some of which don't. They're just kind of walking like. Look at them go. No, that's that. So this is something from. Oh, see, it's showing me. I think it's showing me unused. That's weird. But this is like a dragon salamander cave creature from Donald Land. This is one of his forms. And I used this as part of my research for when we hacked this game as Raggedy Land. Yeah, that's one of my. That's the tile layout, and this is taken from the actual game. The layout, and then we did our own version. Which was really difficult because there's only so many tiles to work with. Hang on a second, I'm going to get my food. Oh no, I'm not. I've got to put in some. That's right, I forgot. Just letting it cool. Yeah, sorry, I needed to cook some tortillas in the microwave. Yeah, this is from Donald Land. Can I drag and drop? Probably And he's got a few different versions. So there was like his mouth kind of gradually updates to open and close. So there was like open mouth dragon and closed mouth dragon. And our version, which was the greedy, had to be similar. It was one of the most difficult things I've ever done as a ROM hacker was hack this sequence. First of all, just making the greedy work within the amount of tiles we had was very difficult. A lot of tiles had to be reused, so it became sort of like tile salad. I was trying to very cleverly reuse tiles. I was trying to very cleverly reuse tiles so that it would fit and not look completely awful, that it would look like what it was supposed to be. And then I realized that I also needed to do open mouths and stuff like that. So we needed more tiles, I think, in the end. Needed to rework certain things. But like any tile that wasn't used or that could be repurposed, because I think I deleted a few tiles, the rest of the level, which is a sky level, so it's got like these Jack and the beanstalks and leaves in the background and a castle and this and that. So there were certain tiles, and there's also like this lava, this taffy. And then player icons and things. So I tried to figure out what I could lose from the rest of the level for tiles, but mostly kept what was in the rest of the level for tiles, of course. And then whatever was left over, I had a few rows that we could use for the greedy, which it looks like we had about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like 7 times 16, whatever that is. We probably had about 114 tiles at that point that we could use for the greedy. And we probably had to be less than that in the end. But there was originally a design which was simpler. Like reusing tiles this much, I added more detail with reusing the tiles so that we didn't need so many tiles. But I had to get it down to that many tiles, which was difficult, for sure. And just took a while figuring out what I could lose. I'm being stubborn. Maybe, ow. So I'm running back and forth and I'm holding a hot bowl of tortilla fillings. But yeah, so this version of the greedy had been shrunk down to about 114 tiles. Or 112, I guess, because there's 2 that are just black and white. And I think I was able to save some tiles later on by reusing tiles from the rest of the level also. So that became part of the design, I think. There's probably differences between these two designs. Yes, there's an extra candy cane and a couple extra candy canes. But I think I was able to save a little space here and there by using some material from the level itself. Also, probably. Then you also had to do closed mouths and stuff like that. And I think eventually I had to redesign those teeth because of how the mouth had to work. The mouth had to open and close, and there were tiles that needed to exist for that. So the mouth kind of needed to work in a certain way. I was also short of blocks. Like, this character is also drawn as a background element, which has 16 by 16 blocks made up of 4 tiles. So that got a little difficult because there had to be blocks for opening and closing the mouth and stuff like that also. The character does take up a lot of blocks, but I think in the end I had to remove some details so that blocks could be reused, I think. I'm pretty sure. This was a pirate we designed. Yeah, it's a pirate enemy. You can see that his walk cycle is a few pixels off here by like half a tile, and that's because the sprite construction in this game, Donaldland, goes by half tiles. So I was able to cheat some stuff by moving things by half tiles. These were some enemies that I was working on that Brooklyn Williams designed in the game. Sort of set it up like that. These are cards for the little shop. Which we did for that game. Yeah. But I remember that because the original version was McDonald's food items, there wasn't actually space for all 5 cards to have unique tiles. And so I had to see what I could reuse and what I could lose. And I think Susie Pincushion, who's on the right here, the 5th card, some of her tiles had to be reused, and you know, some tiles had to be all black here, or had to be reused from somewhere else to just fit a little more in there, because you didn't quite have all the tiles. But I don't think it shows. I don't think it shows, but it took a little work to get to that point. Like, I can see that this part of Susie Pincushion is also this part of Babette, and this part is also one of these and stuff like that. So yeah, a bunch of tiles had to be reused to actually get it done. I can see there's something. The camel has had a few tiles removed, maybe 2 or 3 tiles removed. And she's had a bunch of tiles removed. 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably just 4. it's so that bits of Susie Pincushion can be included. And yeah, sometimes that's like the trade-off where there's not enough room. I remember this character, the GZEUX, was a real challenge. I don't know if this was the final version. It probably was. But we didn't have a lot of tiles. It's maybe what, 16 times 3 minus 6. So maybe like 42 tiles for this character. So a few things had to be reused or simplified to make the character work. So stuff like this is literally just blank. This whole row is just blank tiles. So I found a way to just have a flat color in certain areas, which helps a lot. I don't think there's any like that here, but maybe here. Yeah, his eye, one of his eye tiles is just white. So I just moved the eyes really close together, closer than they would be. So it's a tile that looks like this, just to save a few tiles. And certain things like this little bit of him is reused from this, and this is reused, and this is reused, and just a lot of tiles just get reused so that it still looks similar, but fits within whatever tiles we have. This is the layout for General D, who's the boss of the game. And this is a few different versions of him. He also has a mirrored version when he's leaping around, so you only see part of him here, because it would be mirrored. But we were trying to do a whole bunch of different versions of him in the same space, including this skeleton version. Just trying to see how much we could fit, how much he could animate between the versions of him that appear. And I laid these out this way because as a background, because there's something you can do in this program. You can fill it with numbers. I'm just going to delete. Let me just sneeze. I'm going to delete 0, which is, so what you see now is this is the layout for all these animations as numbers, and that was really helpful. So when I was doing the coding, I would just look at these sheets like this, and I would type in these numbers. And then I would know what my new layout of this character was at all times. So that was really helpful, and I did that with all the sprites, because in a lot of cases, I think I wasn't even trying to match the game at a certain point. I hope I didn't save that by accident. I don't know. It doesn't prompt you to save. That's fine. And this game has a very unusual way that it counts numbers, which I took some time to figure out. But it uses a grid system with how it lays out its characters, which is really unusual. but it goes, so you can't be pixel perfect, but you can be half a tile. So it goes by half a tile. So you can see that the tops of these heads are, and this hand, are just half a tile off, and they need to be moved over a little bit. And that's just because the layout allows me to do that. And I could save some tiles, in this case, by shifting them over a few pixels. There's some enemies here also, like this fish guy. How do I select those? These other enemies are here as well. These two versions of this guy. This was our bat enemy, who replaced the Hamburglar. And the twin pennies that you rescue at one point are also here. And I think I saved, which were originally the Fry guys. The twin pennies were originally the Fry guys. And the Flying Grandpa was Birdie the early bird, and the bat was the Hamburglar. But I think I saved a lot of tiles because the pennies didn't need to be individualized in the same way that the Fry guys were. They were just the same character with different palettes. So I was able to save a few tiles, which was good because we needed more tiles for the bat. I wanted the bat to do a lot of different things. And Grandpa was also a much more complex character. Than he maybe needed to be. Because I don't know if you even see him fly, I forget. There's certainly points where you don't see him fly. But he needed to have these 2 frames of animation, and so, yeah, so we're tight on tiles with these designs, but we were able to do a lot. This was another with Babette, Belindy, and the captain. And you end up fighting the captain and rescuing Babette as a captain. Because there was like an evil version of the McDonald's captain, and then like a good version that you save, I guess, which is confusing in dub. My microphone has been dead for ages, so I don't know. Maybe I should call it. I should definitely put a new battery in the damn thing. It's gonna fall off if I set it up like this, huh? Okay. But I was trying to save tiles and reuse some material. So some of the captain and Babette is reused, but not that much, because I had a fair amount of tiles, but I had to reuse as much as I could. And a big part of that was just the walking legs are reused. So I had that helped a lot. I don't know. I was recording this properly on a different mic, but my My battery on this mic has died. I don't know. I would like to eat something. So this stream is kind of going downhill. I'm sorry. I'm just refusing to stop streaming. These were Clem and the Wolf, who are characters who appear. There was clearly a reluctance on McDonald's part to make. It's an interesting thing, because if you look at the Donald Land ROM, there's like a boss fight, which survives into this tile set. Actually, there's like some bombs and stuff, I think, still saved. But like Mayor McCheese and Big Mac, Officer Big Mac, are the characters being replaced here. And there was clearly a boss fight with one or more of these characters at some point. And McDonald's clearly like cut it. They didn't want their characters to be evil at any point. Which is a shame, because it would have been great for the character of the wolf here, at least, to do more. Some of these characters, it's better if they do more. But Donald Land as a game really jumps through hoops to say, oh, there's like an evil character who's kind of like Grimace, but he's not Grimace. And then there's an evil version of Hamburglar, but it's not Hamburglar. Stuff like that, which is dumb. But we put the wolf again in this basket and designed taller doctors and stuff like that. Like, these doctors weren't originally this tall. And I tried to see how big a balloon I could give this wolf. So we have a balloon for him and stuff like that, which did require changing some of the coding. You know, this was this was another one where I had to try and save on tiles and reuse tiles, because there weren't really supposed to be 3 characters on this sheet, especially 3 big characters who have a lot of animation going on. But like, there was an evil Grimace, you know, and like, you're rescuing Grimace, but there's also an evil Grimace, and they reused a lot of tiles for Grimace and the evil Grimace. And in my case, I wanted the characters to look completely different. So you're rescuing the camel, and then there's Sir Leonard Looney. So there was definitely a question of how many tiles I could free up, and how much I could actually animate Sir Leonard Looney, and whether he could have his own color palette. Like Teddy and Looney Knight not having their own color palettes became a problem. But apart from that, like I had to reuse a lot so that the camel can only move so much, but he looks great, and he can animate, he does stuff. So, pretty much got there. But I think like some of the camel's feet were even reused on the bear. I think bits of that were reused on the bear, even, and vice versa. Or the Looney, maybe? There's maybe similarities. I forget.